Дорогие участники, прошу занимать места в зале и на сцене.
Dear participants, please take your seat in the audience and
Dear participants, please take your seats
we are
in
about
the
to start the
hall.
session. If
We
anybody needs
will
simultaneous
start in a few minutes.
interpretation, the
So
session
if
is going to be
you
in English.
need
So if you need
interpreting, so
the
we have
headsets, please, you
handsets
can
in the
find
right
them
angle,
in the right corner
in the right corner of the hall. So
Please take a headset, which is located in the right-hand corner of the room. Okay. Пусть это будет ваш. Just a couple more minutes and we will be ready to begin. So let's begin. Our panel discussion will be dedicated to the nuclear power for the efficient energy transition. And before I introduce the panelists and introduce the topics of today's discussion, allow me to invite Mr. Kirill Komarov, Deputy Director of Deputy Director General for Development and International Business of Rosatom, for the welcoming word.
Утро, уважаемые коллеги.
Good morning, dear colleagues. It's my pleasure to greet everybody who is today with us on the COP28 and who is following us online. So the atomic energy power has become since then the tradition of the COP. We first had this session in COP26 in Dublin. So for me, this is the third time that attending COP. So my first time was in 2016. So, and since then I have seen huge improvements. So everybody is talking about nuclear power right now. Just several days ago, there was a message on behalf of the nuclear community, and so the plan was to triple their nuclear capacity by 2050. So the nuclear technologies are part of the future power balance. So NPP's life cycle is 100 years, and this is not just an abstract future, this is our present, so we are thinking about the future. So we will dedicate the afternoon session to the work with youth. Here on the screen you can see today's schedule. We will not have just the panels, but also the virtual tour to the floating NPP academic Lomonosov, which has been working for 3 years, providing power and heat to the northernmost city of Russia. So today we have plus 26 here in Dubai, while the temperature is much lower over there. So I think that heat supply is going to be a very huge part of our future, and we're ready to start our session. Thank you so much, Kirill. So I would like to introduce the keynote speakers.
I'll actually switch to English to make it easier for the international part of the audience. My name is Irina Gaida. I'm Deputy Director of Energy Transition of Skoltech, and I'll be moderating this session. Kirill Borisovich Komarov, First Deputy Director General for Development International Business of Rosatom. Sergei Storchuk, Senior Banker, WebRF. Robert Sakbaji will join us a bit later. He represents, he's the Ghana, and he is Director of Renewable and Nuclear Energy, Ministry of Energy of Ghana. And Afsin Bastanchi, General Director of Nuclear Energy and International Projects from the Turkish Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources. Welcome. So we have observed over the past few COPs that the nuclear energy increasingly takes more and more prominent position in the discussions of energy transition. Because, of course, as many scientific studies show, over the life cycle of the station, it's actually one of the lowest carbon emissions, but also the least dangerous in terms of impacts on the environment and human health, which makes it also very competitive energy source from the UN Sustainable Development Agenda perspective. Of course, there are mounting challenges to the financing of green transition in general and to the financing of nuclear power projects all over the world. However, we increasingly see those sources of financing developing, and we hope to hear multiple perspectives from several countries and also from the perspective of financial community on how these trends will develop and what are the expectations from this COP going forward. So my first question is to Mr. Komarov. We understand that nuclear power is currently really a very prominent part of the climate discussion and climate agenda globally. And your company is building nuclear power plants all over the world. Could you please provide a bit more details on what is the role of nuclear power in the energy transition and what really does matter in terms of designing an optimal energy solution for a country or a region?
Thank you very much, Irina, for your question. Rosatom is an active participant in the United Nations Climate Conference, so as I said already, for several years. We were one of the first nuclear companies who presented the role of nuclear energy in solving global climate challenge, even before it became a mainstream, what is very important for all of us. You know that Rosatom is a big international company and we build nuclear power plants in different regions. Right now we are building 22 big nuclear units, which each with capacity of 1,000 or 1,200 megawatt in 8 countries outside of Russia. Plus, we built 4 big units in Russia, 1 reactor was the 4th generation in Russia, and 4 new floating nuclear power plants. Means it's a lot of work. It's a lot of it's a very huge source of sustainable clean energy. And together with this, we have to adjust our process according to social and economic conditions of a country, because nuclear solution, it's not just energy solution. It gives a lot of other effects in process of construction and definitely after. What is our typical approach? We offer our customer a comprehensive integrated solution with a whole range of products and services for the full life cycle of our power plant. And as I already mentioned today, this full life cycle is over 100 years. For example, we have localization program to engage local companies. We provide personal trading program to ensure the NPP operation. And now we have more than 5,000 international students who are learning in different Russian high schools and universities for nuclear engineering, for different nuclear, for other nuclear knowledge. We offer long-term service contract and nuclear fuel supply for 60 years, what is very reliable solution for each and every customer, because you not just construct a nuclear power plant, you can be 100% sure that you have fuel for the full life cycle of the plant. And what is even more important, this fuel is for predictable price. Operation of nuclear power plant provides jobs for about 3,000 people of high qualified personnel, and together with involvement of local industries, local companies, it is more than 10,000. I say 10,000 when I mean two typical size of our projects, 2 nuclear units. That is why we consider our energy solution not only from the point of climate efficiency, but also in terms of its impact on the total quality of the life of people in the region. In regard to special green criteria for nuclear energy, we see different approach in different countries. Of course, there is a level of CO2 emissions, and today nobody denies that the carbon footprint of nuclear power plant is one of the lowest among other electricity sources. Better to say it's very close to zero. In Russian green taxonomy, there are no additional criteria for nuclear, as well as for the wind power, for example. In European taxonomy, there are more than 20 pages of detailed requirements, but they are mainly copy of existing European regulation for nuclear power plants. Means generally, European Union also says that nuclear, it's a green and clean source of energy. Korean and Chinese taxonomies mention that it's necessary to guarantee safety and security of operations, including nuclear life cycle. We in Rosatom understand this request, and we know how to answer to all these questions. Now we discuss with different banks if there is green criteria could provide us preferences in financing terms. Because we have some experience how to have green financing for our nuclear projects, but I cannot tell you that it's much more cheaper than what we usually have. Despite of that, we are working on it. We fully understand that it's just a beginning for us, beginning for banks, and maybe further on developing some more detailed criteria, what features of energy can give the opportunity to receive green financing. We will have more sufficient effect in terms of conditions of green financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Komarov. Apart from the nuclear solution for energy transition, I know that you have a very substantial business in wind energy storage and even in electric vehicles, if I'm not mistaken. What are the corporate logic of keeping those assets in the portfolio? Are they operating as separate units, or are there synergy across this?
Thank you. We really have a very wide range of green products, and I would say that all of them are complementary. They are not products by itself. They create some special chain in our business life. We believe there is no competition, for example, between nuclear and renewable energy sources. That's why we invest in wind, for example. Nuclear power ensures baseload of energy system, and wind power is very efficient for peak demand. Plus to that, we develop energy storage solutions. They would support stable electricity supply, and batteries would help to develop clean transportation system. As you see, everything is working in the same circle and for the same purposes, but with different efficiency and different logic. For the wind power, we have a special business division called Nova Wind. Total capacity of our wind facilities is now over 1 gigawatt, and we plan to increase the quantity of our wind generation in the coming years. We plan to increase it minimum up to 1.7 gigawatt in Russia, and we are working very hard to find opportunities for our wind projects abroad Russia. For example, we see now such opportunities in Kyrgyzstan, in the Republic of Myanmar. As for energy storage solution, we plan to provide them both for the transport sector and for the power grids. Rosatom is already building two plants, big plants to produce energy storage batteries, one in Kaliningrad region in Russia, second in Moscow. First will be launched in 2025, second in 2026. And altogether, they will be able to provide batteries for approximately 100,000 electric vehicles per year. And we believe that electric vehicles, it's really the solution for future. Plus, as I said, all our technologies works very close to each other. The more electric vehicles we have in Russia, the more it's efficient for our nuclear energy production, because electric vehicles need more and more electricity. I would like to mention that we also develop our nuclear energy solution towards global market needs. First of all, is definitely SMR, small modular reactor. We had already during the COP special session devoted to SMRs with a lot of interesting stories, not only from Rosatom, but from our partners as well. And we really believe that, yes, it will not be only one solution, like we very often hear today, that SMR will be a solution for nuclear. No, it will be one of potential solutions, because there is a space and opportunities for big nuclear power plants. There are some special space for small modular reactors, and everything can be installed for the purposes of the fight against climate change and to be able to satisfy the customer needs. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. I have to say I went through several sessions of oil and gas industry from various countries, and SMRs were highlighted as one of the key elements of decarbonizing scope 1 and 2, which was quite a surprise for me. But thank you very much.
No, the most important is do not focus on this idea like a unique and only one solution, because it's what we hear very often. Please forget about big nuclear power plants and let's concentrate on SMR. We do not share this view. We believe that all technologies in the nuclear world will be very efficient for climate change goals.
Thank you. Let us continue and move to the second challenge of the energy transition, arguably even the first challenge of the energy transition, which is financing. In today's complex financial environment, where we have very high inflation and high interest rates all over the world, the cost of energy transition, which is estimated to be at around 1.5–2% of global GDP, is likely to become even bigger. Mr. Storchak, I know that you are all-timer of the climate negotiations and climate discussions. Can you provide us a perspective? How does global financial system look at it? Is it, you know, what instruments are going to be deployed and available to finance energy transitions?
Good morning to all. I hope you can read me. Yeah. That's our neighbors a bit too loud, but what shall we do in this case? As you know, probably the biggest reliance nowadays in different jurisdictions is reliance on green or climate taxonomies or transition taxonomies. So, and having in mind that the National Economic Bank is standing behind green and transition taxonomies agreed and approved in Russia, it's big temptation to say that taxonomies play a big role in terms of leading to sustainable and affordable financial terms of the funds allocated to the energy projects. It's really temptations, but the facts are seeing quite different stories nowadays. Let me give you some figures. Between 2010 and 2021, over 11 years, the global debt market, I'm speaking about only bond market, increased from 37 to 125 trillions of US dollars, or 3 times. In recent years, it will increase even to 200 trillions. So in 2011 or 2010, green bond market did not exist at all. So starting somewhere from 2019, the issues of all kind of bonds, normally it is being referred to as ESG bonds, is there, and there are at least 3 types of them. Most popular known green bonds increased very quickly, and people, well, experts believe that in next couple of years it would reach 25 trillions. Looks impressive, but if you compare to the general bond markets, you can realize that it's very small portion. So after tax monies was agreed and approved, some events took place, but they unfortunately cannot be compared to the volumes of money needed for financing climate projects. Frankly speaking, each year it's about 2% of bond issued by borrowers. Only 2% of them is going to this climate and green project financing. So it's one side of the story. Taxonomy are in existence. But they unfortunately did not influence the terms and conditions of borrowing as we hope they would do. And another interesting evidence that this is a true story is so-called greenium, or received a more favorable financial conditions by the borrower, either in the form of the reduced coupon or in the form of an increased price of the bond offered to the investors. The research done by European Securities and Market Authority showed that the greenium is practically absent in the European ESG bond market. Sad story, but it's a true story. As far as they analyzed the conditions of almost 10,000 of bonds issued from 2019 to the end of September of this year, and the general volume of these market bonds is standing for 1.7 trillion of euros. So what's happening? And it's happening that there are general factors which influence the price of the bonds, or the conditions under which investors are eager to buy these financial instruments. It's quite natural. The ratings of the issuer, the ratings of the instrument itself, the condition of the at the market, meaning demand and supply of this kind of financial instruments, plus the history of borrowers' presence on the market. So I can end with the positive conclusion that as far as the Rosatom is well known on the markets, has good financial or credit story, the chances that at some stage of the event, market would react to his borrowing needs in more favorable way, these chances are quite good. At my predictions, I hope that after the recent cycle of high-level interest rates finishes, we will see that the terms for such a well-known borrower as Rosatom would be would be changed in the very positive way. But even now, based on the experience of my institutions, WebRF, we can say that your history, your behavior, your practices of coming into the market plays the biggest role. Recently, at the end of November, we successfully placed the second issue of green exchange bonds. With a planned placement volume of 40 billion rubles, demand amounts at 135 billion. So our subscription is around 3 times. As a result, the coupon rate reduced from the original benchmark of 160 basis points to 145 basis points. So the market obviously reacted to the fact that the web have good credit story, of course, after a long bad story, but nowadays we are in a good shape. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starchakov. As a follow-up question, you and also Mr. Komarov mentioned that indeed nuclear power is now included in several green taxonomies, including Chinese green bonds, rating of Korean market, but obviously even the EU taxonomy. But if we really look at how is nuclear project financed versus how is hydropower or any other source of power financed, what are the key differences in your way?
Well, I think first of all, we need to distinguish between the place or jurisdictions where the project is going to be implemented. One story, if it is inside the country, absolutely or quite different story if the construction of the plant or electricity stations, hydro or atomic, is taking place abroad. So, and of course, in case of nuclear power stations, we need to think about the volumes of the investment needed. And this fact plays very important role in terms of constructions of nuclear power abroad. You need to take into account at least 2 very serious factors: country risk and exchange risk. Why exchange risk? Because the future money coming from the sale of energy will be obviously in local currency. So in order to compensate the investments, you will have to exchange from a local country into either reserve currency, if it's possible, or your national currency. It's a big issue, need to be taken, and this is quite different when you invested around 10 billion in the project, as in case of Komarov's activities, or if you invested 500 million in case of any other type of energy productions. So from this point of view, we need to, at the start of the assessment of our possible activities, to make very precise decisions. What kind of financial scheme would be used? What are the best in these concrete situations? And for my experience show that when we're speaking about nuclear stations, we need first instrument of de-risking, and if possible, we need money from the public, from the governments. The combination of the de-risking in the terms of, for example, relying on guarantee or insurance, plus the money, cheap money coming from the state budgets, play a very important role. And when you construct 2, 3, 4 blocks of nuclear power stations, obviously the support of your government is highly appreciated. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Indeed, a very challenging task of de-risking in today's turbulent environment. Well, let me now turn to the international participants of the discussion. And my first question is to Mr. Sagbaji. Ghana is fifth largest economy of Africa, and it actually has a system based largely on hydro generation, which represents almost 2/3 of your energy mix. Now you're considering introducing first nuclear power plant, and as far as I understand, you're in the process of selecting the partner for that project. But could you comment, how do you see the role of nuclear power in the future energy mix of your country?
All right, all right. Thank you very much. Ghana in the 1960s enjoyed affordable industrial power from the large hydro. So industries were really doing well with this amount of power, which was relatively cheap. But then the next project in the 1960s was to build a nuclear power plant. So Ghana and Russia increased the friendship. Our atomic energy, which is in Ghana, was virtually built by the Soviet Union. If you enter the atomic energy of Ghana and they blindfold you, you think you are in Russia. So fast forward, we couldn't build it due to political reasons. But then we have exhausted all our large hydros. And now we are looking at energy transition, and we have some gas, which is limited. And if we want to move forward to go back to the good old days of Ghana, where industry is getting affordable and cheap supply of power, then it means that we have to look for nuclear, because we did the analysis and tried to look at gas. There'll be too much dependence on importation of LNG, because the gas pipeline from our neighboring country doesn't flow. So it is very difficult to plan using a lot of gas in our energy mix. So if you look at our energy transition framework, nuclear is to play a strong base load supply into our energy mix. We know we have renewable energy targets, but to increase our renewable energy targets, we still have to, increase the base load for the country. And that is why we are strongly pursuing nuclear. And at this point, we have, according to the International Atomic Energy Agency, we are in phase 2. We are still narrowed down to vendor countries and companies, and aggressively looking at, I would say, taking a decision by the end of this year as it's on our calendar, or maybe probably first 2 months next year. But I'll be very glad if this decision is taken by the end of this year. There may be a few stumbling blocks in terms of funding and financing. So I'm very excited about the financing discussion. It's been, Ghana and other African countries which are pursuing nuclear under the IMF program, and it is quite difficult to consider a huge sum of money. So yes, for Ghana, nuclear is a make or break. I will not think we have any other option than to go nuclear if we still want to process our raw materials and not export it raw, and also get back to the good old days of industrial glory. Yeah.
Actually, one of my questions was, as far as I understand, your planned increase of power generation to 2060 is basically from 5 gigawatts to 175 gigawatts, or something in this range, so 35 times growth. What is driving such an increase? And actually, what is more difficult, to grow that fast or to grow green?
I'll say it is not a straightforward answer, because it all requires funding and technology. So when you look at that investment plan, you are talking about Most of it, they are talking about solar and other stuff. But the main document which really talks about the nuclear is the Energy Transition Framework, where we envisage about 40% of our energy mix to be nuclear. I mean, and that one, I know the world wants to transition by half century, 2050, but the Energy Transition Framework is looking at 2070 because we are taking into the consideration of the timeline to build nuclear plants and also the funding sources and looking at how the government of Ghana will mobilize funding. And we are looking at a resilient energy source. And if you build 3 or 4 nuclear power plants with a capacity of 1,000 or 1,002 megawatts, it is easily to double and triple your installed capacity, quickly. But some of the challenge is maybe based on public advocacy and all that. But that is where I see the SMRs coming in. But SMRs also are land-based. So whatever efforts we put in for the large is the same effort we put in for the small. But one of the, I would say, the magic or the breakthrough is the academic lemons of that one. It comes on the badge, as we have. We also have a power badge already operating, sitting on the seas of Ghana and supplying. So when you have such a technology, it makes you surmount all the necessary infrastructures and things that you have to do to build a land-based nuclear power plant. And then it also tells the people that you already have nuclear in your energy mix. So it creates the, let's say, the basic foundation for us to build and then now be able to do, large ones. So it's to me, a floating SMR is one of the brilliant ideas for newcomer countries. To integrate nuclear into the grid without necessarily doing so much in terms of the 19 infrastructure issues recommended by the IAEA.
Thank you. That's actually quite amazing. And I wanted to remind to the audience that we are going to have a virtual tour of the first floating SMR just after this session. So stay tuned. Thank you. And now I'd like to ask the question to Mr. Bastanci. Well, we obviously heard a lot about the project in Akku, and we understand that Turkey has already about 35% of energy mix coming from clean energy, and the nuclear power plant is going to increase that percentage to over 40%, I believe. We understand that also you have quite ambitious goal of reaching net zero by 2053. However, also keeping some of the hydrocarbons in your fuel mix. What really are the decision criteria? What parameters are considered when you are thinking about transforming the energy system of your country?
Thank you, Irina Hanım. It is good to see nuclear energy in COP28, one of the heavy hitters, silent. Of course, our energy policy is shaped by its inherent strategic factors, constraints, and opportunities. We also have a rapid economic and population growth in our country that also increased our import dependency. Fossil fuels yet to still drive our economy, and we are heavily dependent on imports, especially oil and gas, as Turkey. On that, we also have the climate change issue, a paradigm that we all face. We, as Turkey, have ratified the Paris Agreement on climate change in 2021, and we also set a target of achieving net zero emission by 2053, which makes energy transition an official strategic policy for us. A few months back, we were talking with NEA President, Mr. Magwood. They had this model, mathematical model, that how can energy transition be achieved. And they had one with nuclear and they had one with non-nuclear. And they found out that if you go with the non-nuclear, you need $1.6 trillion more of investment. I don't think it's physically possible, but if it's their model. So We shape our energy strategies based on three key parameters: security of energy supply, of course, expanding our domestic energy production, and energy market liberalization with a focus on green energy. Our policy also includes efforts to boost domestic oil and gas exploration and production, diversifying oil and gas supply resources, and associated infrastructure such as pipelines, LNG terminals, and gas storage, as well as reducing energy consumption through increased energy efficiency. We also have plans for facilitating use of renewable resources, utilization of new technologies such as hydrogen production. But of course, the biggest item is the peaceful use of nuclear energy in electricity generation. Because renewables, they aren't that scalable. They are, as Mr. Komarov said, they are complementary. You cannot just replace all, it's not a magic band. You can't just replace all the other energy sources with renewables and have a functioning grid. So we have embarked on an ambitious nuclear power strategy to build our first nuclear power plant and to limit the use of imported fuels for power generation and achieving decarbonization. Our new long-term energy plan forecasts that in our generation mix, nuclear will be around 11% by 2035 and around 30% in 2053. So our current official numbers that we need by 2023, we need 53, we need 21 gigawatts of large-scale nuclear and 5 gigawatts of SMRs. That makes more than $100 billion of investment in the next 2 or 3 decades. The last parameter is to continue to advance our liberalization of energy markets and improve the predictability and transparency of its pricing. The pandemic hit the liberalization of the markets a bit because the pricing went a bit iffy there. But we are fully committed to our liberal markets. Additional steps towards establishing more competitive energy markets and greater private sector participation, we hope to help mobilize the needed investments to the energy sector.
Thank you. As a follow-up question, I understand that the first nuclear project was planned long before Paris Agreement. Now that we are kind of in the 28th COP, and you look at the new energy mix that you currently have and assess the perspectives for the future, what other aspects of nuclear power are actually most beneficial for the country in your view? If you leave aside the baseload component.
Yes, we love baseload. Actually, our nuclear aspirations were before Paris Agreement, but they were also before Star Wars and color TV. So that was like in the 50s. But not until that we have made an IGA with the Russian Federation that we have saw progress in 2010. Before that, there were tender process, but it failed a few times. Then we went with the IGA approach with our Russian friends. And that also success, the progress that we saw there also shaped our own approach to future projects in our country. Our currently 4 reactors are under construction in Akkuyu site, and we have delivered the first fresh nuclear fuel in April 27. So that put us on the market, on the view. Our aim is that the first reactor will generate electricity within next year, with other reactors starting to generate electricity with 1-year intervals. We have, unfortunately, Turkey is a seismically active country, so we have few seismically suitable areas for MPPs. So it makes sense for us to pursue large-scale projects. Such projects offer economy of scale and a sizable boost to carbon-free security of supply, and they demand limited space. So I don't believe that SMRs are going to come in and completely phase out the large-scale projects because they will never have the economy of scale. They will, in my belief, they are going to be complementary as well. Our institutions and legal framework is ready. We have learned a lot from Akkuyu. So as we did one project, we can do more. SMRs are also in our agenda with its unique and innovative features. The problem with the SMRs right now is that in the innovation cycle, we are in the high hype, but the product isn't there yet. So I mean, we have been talking with a lot of companies, and they, on paper, they offer a lot of innovative solutions. They offer a lot of design features, but we want to see first of a kind. So that means that our SMR projects, we have got three aspects: licensability, commerciality, and localization. We want to see the value chain in our country as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So in the 2023 World Energy Outlook, nuclear, when you see the levelized cost of electricity, it's competitive with solar and wind. When you look at the carbon load, it is actually the lowest, tied with wind, not with solar. Actually, solar is higher. And it is a source of reliable baseload electricity. You love that word.
We can't leave that outside
Yes.
completely, that's true.
Well, our grid operator loves that word as well.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it generates electricity. It's dependable. It's 24/7. It works. It's a low carbon energy source. Akkuyu MPP by itself will generate nearly 36 billion kilowatt hours of electricity per year. Our entire renewable program, and we have a sizable renewable program, is around 30 gigawatts,
Mm-hmm.
and it produces less than that in a year. And that is 20 years of work. So you can see that nuclear power is much more scalable, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, nuclear is a massive economic simulator. Nuclear industry is serve our economic backbone. Akkuyu MPP is around $20 billion, as you know, and it will also provide a localization amount of $6.5 billion. And if you don't go for nuclear, what are you going to go for? You are going to go for gas, and we have to actually import gas. Akkuyu will prevent the import of 7 billion cubic meters of natural gas annually. Mm-hmm. It creates 30,000 jobs right now. In long term, it will create 4,000 jobs. So it is not just nuclear is not just an energy generation option, but it is also an important tool to create a leverage effect for domestic industry and technology development, as well as economical development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish we could continue a bit longer because I have tons of questions, but unfortunately, I think we have to start wrapping up the session. Before I let you go, can I ask you your personal impressions of this COP, and was it really fruitful for you so far? And what do you expect to receive in the next remaining few days? We are now in the middle of the 2 weeks of the COP.
For me, the most important is that we are able to talk very free about nuclear. We see the major, I can say, understanding that without nuclear, we cannot achieve climate change goals. And, you know, it's not just words. We all know that for nuclear energy, the public support, public understanding is one of the most important issues and criteria. We see a lot of projects in the future who failed only due to the lack of public acceptance and public support. And I think that the main role of this climate conference is giving the floor to nuclear and supporting nuclear. Because yes, we have a lot of problems, we have a lot of issues, we have a lot of challenges in our life, but the most important is to have opportunity to talk about this and to define nuclear as a very reliable and important part of future green energy mix.
Thank you very much, Mr. Komarov. Mr. Bostanchi, perhaps you go next.
Well, let me say straight up that the climate change is unfortunately here. We are going to see the 1.5 degrees of increase in temperatures very soon, if not right now. And basically, not rhetorically, not theoretically, but straight up, the climate change issue will not be solved without nuclear. So it is important to have our voices heard in COP28 as well as in other expos. So I find that it's very important to have a voice here.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Storchak. You've seen a lot of climate conferences.
Well, I made already my first judgment, mentioning that there should be like this, and in all pavilions, we disturbing each other. It's not very good. Frankly, we're supposed to listen to each other and hear each other, and with such conditions, I'm absolutely unhappy about this. As far as the substantive substantive part of the COP28, I think we witness some good news in terms of consultations and in some cases negotiations on financial track. First and the most important, of course, finalizations of discussions on lost and damaged fund. Even so, there are lots of work to be done. I mean that any funds need to have the internal policies. They're supposed to be written, approved, and relied on by those who would use this money. My judgment that it can take up to half a year to produce internal documents. There can be around 10 of them, covering different part of future activities of this fund. And of course, we will witness that during discussions of this internal document, this contradiction in position between developed nations, developed economies, and developing nations on the context of the work of the fund will stay with us. And from this point of view, I'm not very much optimistic that the actual utilizations of the amount to be accumulated. And it still questions for how long it will take to accumulate necessary funds in the fund. So, but nonetheless, we have a result. And there are another financial activities which tend to be on, in principle, positive track, but we'll need to wait the final days of work of this co-op. And many of our colleagues say that the most important decisions are going to be taken closer to the closing days of the COP28. So thank you.
Thank you. It's actually encouraging to hear a sense of optimism from the banker about the outcome of this COP, since indeed the redirection of financing has been a major obstacle historically in the climate agenda. Mr. Sagbaji, your impressions.
Okay. First, I'll take it all the way back from Sharm el-Sheikh when nuclear was introduced into COP, and it got me excited. And back home in my country, it lowered the anxiety of us going nuclear. Egypt also immediately started constructing nuclear power plants. So, I mean, on the continent, we were very excited that, yes, apart from South Africa, we've gotten another country. Now, fast forward to COP28, what I was looking forward to for the fact that the economies that are heavily reliant on fossil fuel, there should be some solution on how to replace that economy. If you want a country to go clean and the country is heavily reliant on oil and gas, we should now be looking at the topic of introducing sustainable technologies to maybe continuously still use fossil fuel, but in a sustainable way, or as we are taking it out, introduce something else to replace this economy so that their economies can still be sustained. This is some of my expectation. And also, we know World Bank, IMF do not fund nuclear programs. We don't have the Green Fund. When you go and you are doing projects, they will write in caveat, except nuclear. Now, these things are things that I want to hear at this COP, that it should surmount, that there should be either nuclear is added to the green climate funding, or there's a body which is also created, like we say, the lost and damaged fund, similar like that for a nuclear program, because if you are looking at tripling the world nuclear installation by half century before we go clean, then we should be very serious about it. We should be very factual, and we should be, I would say, put pragmatic steps in place in creating special funds, especially for developing countries. Else the global north will transition and Africa will still be polluting, and it will still be nothing at all. So these are the things I was looking forward to this call. But in general, I mean, it's one step at a time.
Thank you very much. I think indeed it is still a bit early to judge the ultimate outcome of this COP, but it's hopeful to see that there are some signs of positive movement. And I actually think that the declaration on committing to tripling the nuclear capacity of the world is one of the very good and realistic kind of pathways of decarbonization. Now the question is it realistic to triple the capacity? But well, I think it's a nice challenge to address. I think we heard a lot of perspectives on the advantages of nuclear solutions, both large and SMRs for the energy transition, but actually far beyond just energy transition. And we see a lot of opportunities also in developing competitive financing for those projects. Well, let's hope this track will continue, and please stay tuned for the other sessions of today. I'd like to thank all of the participants of the sessions. Thank you very much. It has been a great discussion. I'm sorry it was a bit short, but let's continue talking beyond the formal panel. And as a final reminder, the program for today, in a few minutes, we will have a floating virtual NPP tour. And then the next session, starting at 12, we'll be discussing SMRs in more detail. I think this technology has caused a lot of excitement on the COP, and you have a unique opportunity to hear from the professionals. So please stay here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much.
Dear guests, in a minute we will start our virtual tour to a unique floating power plant. Дорогие гости, через минуту мы начинаем видеотур на плавучую атомную станцию. Пожалуйста,
Dear
не
guests, in a minute we will start a virtual tour to our floating nuclear heat and power station. Please stay with us.
The floating nuclear power plant is a first of a kind and the world's most unique nuclear power plant. It's located in the port of Quebec City, a remote Arctic port town. The floating nuclear power plant holds the Guinness World Record as most northern NPP in the world. This is Pebet, a small remote town with a population of about 5,000. Its extreme weather and climate conditions have a significant impact on local life. It's isolated from the general transport and energy grid system. The floating nuclear power plant's objectives are to supply clean, low-carbon energy and heat to the Quebec area. The floating MPP consists of the academic Lomonosov floating power unit and the onshore facilities and hydraulic structures. Our virtual tour starts from the floating nuclear power plant site. The onshore site consists of offices and infrastructural buildings. The floating MPP has premises for all necessary services, an electric substation, and integrated process building serve to transfer heat and power to the citizens of Quebec. The route from the onshore facilities to the floating power unit is 300 meters. The floating nuclear power unit is named after a prominent Russian academician and 18th century scientist, Mikhail Lomonosov. The floating vessel is equipped with two nuclear reactors with total electric capacity of 70 megawatts and thermal capacity of 50 gigacalories per hour. The floating power unit was commissioned in Quebec in late 2019. It had covered almost 9,000 kilometers by sea, docking only once in Murmansk to fuel. The academic Lomonosov doesn't sail on its own, but can be relocated. When its design life expires, the vessel will go to a special shipyard for dismantling. The floating power unit's design life is 40 years. The academic Lomonosov's layout is similar to a conventional nuclear power plant. The nuclear reactors are mirror-mounted on either side of the unit. Spent nuclear fuel and radway storage are in the central part. Close to it is a main control room. And in the stern of the vessel, there is accommodation for personnel. Academic Lomonosov is kept moored in energy output mode at all times. With the use of beams, the floating power unit is secured to the pier. The pier itself protects the vessel from drifting ice and sea disturbance. Its anti-tsunami protection is designed to withstand waves up to 7 meters high. The main control room of the floating power unit resembles that of a conventional nuclear power plant. Its key systems and processes are regulated from here. 2 unit control engineers are responsible for their respective reactor facilities. The dosimetrist engineer's station monitors radiation and controls the situation inside and outside the floating power unit. All the main control room's processes are monitored by a shift supervisor. As a vessel, academic Lomonosov has a captain's post, a captain, a chief officer, and other naval designations. The floating MPP's personnel work in rotations. each consisting of 130 people. There are 2 rotations, which swap every 2 months. The refueling hall is directly above the reactor hall and spent fuel storage. It serves both reactors. The KLT-40S reactor facilities are underneath the red caps, embedded in the shafts. In 2022, the reactors generated 194 million kilowatt-hours of clean nuclear energy. The floating power unit's reactors have had predecessors. The KLT-40 reactors formerly installed in Soviet and Russian icebreakers. The Russian nuclear fleet has been operating safely for about 400 reactor years. Its technology has been upgraded and tailored to power generation. Rosatom applies the defense in-depth principle. It's based on 5 safety barriers that firmly contain radioactive materials. The first barrier, uranium fuel pellet integrity. Second, fuel cladding tightness. Third, reactor coolant system boundaries. Fourth and fifth, reactor unit containment. The floating nuclear power plant is equipped with a combination of passive and active safety systems. The turbine hall consists of 2 mirrored areas with identical equipment and machinery: turbine, generator, deaerator and others. The turbine and generator are mounted on the same platform. Each of the 2 steam turbines are autonomous and bound to their respective reactors. Part of the steam gets bled at the turbine and is used for district heating of PEVEC. Accommodation for personnel is fitted with everything necessary for comfortable living and recreation. The cabin is both a living and working space. The plant is fitted with a galley and a canteen. For convenience, staff eat on board. There is also a gym, sports hall, pool and sauna for those who want to stay active. The floating MPP is a reliable supplier of low-carbon electricity and heat. It also contributes much to PEVEC City's social and economic development, including the transport system, infrastructural improvements, and new jobs for high-skilled professionals. That was the virtual tour to the first floating nuclear power plant. Thank you for your attention and see you in PEVEC City.
Пока ничего не слышно. То есть у нас они не... Раз. Are we audible? It's okay.
Hello.
Cool.
Can you hear me? And me?
Check
No.
mics. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I suggest we start the panel, but I think we should speak louder in order
slowly.
in order to beat the guys behind us, and probably attract more people from the different audience. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to start the second session today of Nuclear for the Future Generation Day at the Russian Pavilion at COP. Our session will be devoted to the very hot topic, which is SMR, small modular reactors, which is called as a future, and a few speakers have already mentioned like bright future for this technology, and I'm more than happy to introduce the key speakers of today's session. First of all, Ilya Vergizayev, First Deputy CEO of Rosatom Energy Project Company, and Wei Huang, Director of the Division of Planning, Information and Knowledge Management in the Department of Nuclear Energy at the International Atomic Energy Agency, in short, IAEA. I'm gonna use this abbreviation going forward in order to save the time for the speaking. Here at COP, Rosatom already held an event devoted to SMR, and I've been told by few people over here that it was very well attended. More than like 150, 160 speakers, attendees from guests from all over the world basically attended this event. So it basically shows that this is indeed a very demanded technology with a promising future. And at the previous session, Mr. Kamarov has already highlighted the key issues and the key challenges that this technology is facing. And he also highlighted the point that this is probably one of the most efficient way for energy transition. And I'm sure with the help of distinguished speakers, we will have a deep dive into that technology straight away. And without further ado, let me handle the floor to Mr. Ilya Vergizayev for the short presentation about the SMR solutions, and after that we'll have a small Q&A session.
Thank you very much, Denis. I think it was a brilliant idea to show presentation anyway, to have a view. Again, small modular reactors, which we discussed this morning and actually we'll be discussing right now. It's quite interesting product, and as we say, small slogan now, small is new big. And the solution for bigger future is reflected here on the first slide. Here's advantages of SMR versus the large NPPs, which contribute towards. And the big list of all advantages are reflected here. But I would say, first of all, what is great, SMR is enters to the nuclear. It enters to the countries, for the countries who would like to have nuclear energy. And anyway, the country which will build SMR, whatever it's land-based or floating, will be member of a large family of nuclear countries. And actually, of course, all factors are reflected here. It's really contribute towards large scale. And I would say, first of all, it's modularity and less frequent refueling and smaller emergency planning zone, which is quite fashionable, I would say, for the time being. Here's a short overview of products which Rosatom has for the moment. First of all, and which really my favorite product is floating MPP, and I excited myself much about this product because it's first of all, and it's floating. I mean, it goes whatever you want, and in case of different demand, it could be replaced for other places of a country, or even coming back to base port in Russia. And so all the world, and even last session of EIA was devoted this product. And really, I do believe that all the world will accept the use of floating very soon. Floating NPP is 100 megawatt. It's 2 reactors, 2 machine halls, which in tropical design gives us 100 megawatts. Land fuel cycle is up to 10 years, depending on use. But anyway, I mean, we consider it could be 7-8 years for sure. I mean, in case of very intensive use, let's say. Land-based NPPs, small NPPs, is about 110 megawatts. And the refueling cycle is up to 6 years, but I believe it will be 6-7 years also, depending on using factor, actually, which is really could be managed by the team of NPPs. Oh, nothing, I mean, it will come back. I mean, yeah. And the third product was, the third product is very small NPPs. I like this abbreviation also. It's quite new as well, coming from, let's say, special use of Russian Federation, and 10 megawatts, 8-12 years of refueling cycle, and all these products, all of these NPPs used during 60 years. So it's quite, I mean, it's the same like usual large-scale NPPs. So it's the same life cycle for 3 of them. We discussed it today, and what is make Russian Federation separate from our countries. We have a proof. This technology is already referenced, and everyone, I mean, not everyone, but I mean, our guests could come to see on Academic Lomonosov, which was already placed in PVEC for mining zone by IMCAR, and really what attracts all the people, and it's already done. So even we speak with our clients in all the countries. The first discussion we have, everyone would like to have a look and to visit this plant, to see by own eyes how it works. Capacity is a little bit less because it's previous design, but I mean, it's very reliable as well. It came from icebreakers, actually. It's 77 megawatts, which is not so small as well. Floating solution for overseas deployments. Here's a characteristic of his products. What is great is predictable cost of ensures, but vertical integration of Rosatom, which really controlling all product, all the product stage coming from mining and ending by machine divisions of Rosatom. So all reactors of all turbine halls are produced in Russia. So also it's very great because it's localized in Russia, and it's independent technology. So we could control each stage of production to show a client it will be really delivered in time and work very well. So what is also possible, when we are speaking with an end user, about 20% of capex could be available for localization of the country, which supposed to be placed for this product. Actually, construction period is 5 years, and the second part of, I mean, second NPP is considered to be done in 4 years, for instance. And as I told, it's fleet concepts. It's flexible to move everywhere. So it's fleet concepts to various locations, even inside of a country, for instance, south of Africa, or, I mean, or whatever in Russia. It could be really replaced in the place we would like to have the new location. Land-based SMR, for me, I mean, it's quite classic. I mean, not so new, but because anyway, all NPPs came from small. The first NPPs in Obninsk was less than 10 megawatts, actually about 6 So, but the history coming back, and Rosatom now under construction of SMR in Yakutia, and one reactor, one turbine hall, and power is 55 megawatts. So also is possible to visit. So it will be under construction 5 years. So and all end users who are speaking now. Anyway, we are inviting them to come and to have a look on all construction stage actually. And very small SMR also now under development, and you see here a real picture, this photo of also in Chukotka, not far away from Pivek actually, and this project will be started very soon. So anyway, commissioning date expected to be December 2030, and capacity is up to 10 megawatts. Here's all dates of commissioning for all three products. So land-based in 2028, optimized floating MPPs is a tropical design, let's say, a little bit different when we use in our North fleet. It's in 2029, and the land-based small scale, very small in 2030. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have questions, or Mr. Wei will be.
Sure.
We'll continue the discussion.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to have like a Q&A session now to discuss the trends and the general evolution of these technologies. But before we start like the proper Q&A, I just have like few clarifying questions to your presentation. We just had a discussion before the starting of the panel. And I would like probably reiterate the question that I already asked to you. What basically make Rosatom unique? Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like that Rosatom has already completed some sort of R&Ds and already have a real small reactors that I think everybody can come and see and basically feel the real projects. So is it only Rosatom that has already conducted the R&D phase, completed the R&D phase, and completed the deployment of at least first few pilot projects, or there are other competitors who are pretty much in the same stage nowadays?
Fortunately, I would say, not unfortunately, fortunately we are not alone. There are more than 70 designs now under different stage of development in the world. But what distinguishes Rosatom, what makes us separate, is reference. So first of all, I would separate also two products, SMR, land-based, and fleets. For starting from fleet, we used icebreakers from, more than 50 years already. At the moment, we have 8 icebreakers in use, and 2 under development already, and 2 under construction. It's in the Baltic shipyard. And it means, and we're using the same reactor part. So I would say it is not a question for Rosatom how to use reactor on the barge or whatever, in the sea. So we're quite sure it's safety. It will be working very well. It's a reliable source of electricity. So we could show it. So really what is distinguished Rosatom is just you could come and see. And land-based also, it's the same technology, also written 200. So it's the same technology that came from AKBM Afrikantov. So it's also reliable. So what is our client would like to have in mind? A simple question, how it will be working. And this is a proof. This is a proof. But as I told you, and we would like to have competitors. Of course, it makes us, stronger. We can't sleep actually, and we should move, because all these 70 designs create real competition. And second point, it will be world acceptance of the world as well. So for Chinese are very, very, very strong in that now. So we need the common acceptance of a product, and we'll see it will come very soon. I mean, about fleet.
Okay. Well, of course, your opinion is skewed, and we're going to have an independent opinion as well about the great advantage of the Rosatom technologies. And I want to bring Mr. Wei to our discussion. So indeed, there are a lot of forecasts has been published, including your think tank has widely mentioned about the prospects of the SMR technology and then nuclear in general. So it's been told that by 2040, the nuclear capacity worldwide is likely to double, and by 2050, it could almost triple by that time. So I believe that part of this ramp up will belong to SMR solutions. And I would love, and recently you also had a symposium especially devoted to the SMR solution on floating nuclear solutions. So since we are on the climate forum, definitely nuclear helps a lot to reduce the carbon footprint, but it's more relevant to the large-scale nuclear power plant. According to various estimates, on average, if you just place an average large-scale nuclear power plant, you can reduce up to 8 million tons of CO2 per annum if you compare it with an average mix of average fuel mix. So how about the small solutions, SMRs? What are the estimates, and is it also attractive from the climate perspectives as well?
Thank you very much. Am I on? Okay, thank you very much, Dennis, and for the question. I think your question covered quite a broad spectrum on this nuclear capacity in the context of this climate change. First, let me give very quick reflection, also update, because I heard my colleagues mention about 70, but actually the latest publication of agency on SMR talking about more than 80 now. Oh. There are 80 different designs at the different technology readiness. And also talking about the projection you just mentioned. For the agency projection, our projection actually talking about 2050 will, based on the current policy announcement, nuclear might double the current capacity, more than double. But recently you heard what has been talked in this COP, tripling the capacity. I think there's no conflict on this because we just assess based on the current policy. But the tripling capacity is more like an aspirational expectation for 2050, because in general, we believe nuclear should play a bigger role based on the current, the development and the speed of the decarbonization in all sectors. So this is my general comments on this. Looking at this COP, you can see from up to today, there are so many discussions on the nuclear here, there, and including the first 2 days IAEA statement on nuclear power, which actually focused on the nuclear's unique role in addressing climate change. And then another announcement from different group of the countries talking about the tripling and talking about the nuclear and talking about the SMR. So a lot of action in this COP, including the even pavilions. Thank you for Russian has this day designated to the Rosatom for highlighting the nuclear's role. And also another pavilion in the COP in Blue Zone and Green Zone, all talking about the nuclear. So basically we start to think this COP could be tagged as a nuclear COP, because this momentum has been established. And what we need to do, we just need more action on the ground. So that's my second comments. Regarding what your question about this SMR's role, I think now comparing to all these different technologies, some technology already quite advanced, including this floating, has been operating more than 2 years, since 2020, 3 years, I think now we are in the 3 years time. And also the recent development is just the day before yesterday, there was an announcement in China on this commercial operation, their high temperature gas reactor. This is another development on the different technology, which also has some potential. And also Russia is building another 300 megawatt gas reactor, which is a third reactor, which is under construction together with the Chinese ACP 100. This is actually the two under construction plus Argentina one, but Argentina, the cream has taken quite a long time, has not completed yet. So you see that this is a very encouraging development. Talking about the role of SMR, your question is about in terms of the climate mitigation, because I think in terms of this lifeline, sorry, now we are competing with the neighbor. In terms of lifetime, yeah, in terms of lifetime of this carbon emission, I think SMR will have the same value as a large reactor because over lifetime, there's no carbon emission. But there's another unique value of the SMR because what you just mentioned about the attributes, I don't need to repeat what you said, but I think that reflects additional value for because of flexibility of the SMR to address some sectors, hard-to-abate sectors, like hydrogen. It can be might be deployed closer to the customers. Exactly. But yeah, all these things, there's great potential, including the repurposing the fossil fuel plant, coal plant. Because I heard the US talking about there are 1,000 coal plants. 90 of them actually suitable to be replaced by SMR. But this is kind of a good vision. But in reality, we still need to do a lot for ourselves to make sure some issues can be addressed appropriately. That's why agency launched this nice initiative calling this, try to address these issues from the regulatory track and also industry track to tap all these issues, make sure they will be addressed and make sure new SMR can be really put in the deployment in the fast pace to make sure that the value can be fully released. So I think this is something we need to work together to make sure more design or more SMR can be put into operation in the coming decade.
Okay, I just want to challenge one of your statements. We are both like professional analysts, and I want to be like a proper reasoning behind one item that you mentioned, that these COP, it seems to be quite different in terms of, it's more in favor of nuclear, as you said, rather than the previous ones. I've been following COP since Glasgow, and that the rhetoric was completely different, especially here comparing to Glasgow event. So my question to you is just to dig deeper into that point. What has changed globally and in the mental thinking of the decision makers that brings us to that conclusion that this COP is different? So what has changed since that?
Thank you very much for the question. I think that is kind of a payback by the relentless effort by the nuclear community and also some joint effort in the past 4 years, try to change the narrative of this when people talk about climate change. But a compounding crisis from energy security, climate, and also affordable energy to developing world make nuclear get its foot stand on the ground. I think so that's the result we want to see, and also means that because this decarbonization needs give the nuclear great opportunity, because they see people, all these policy makers now realize the reality is not just give some slogan talking about what they can do in only one solution. We need, for addressing all this global issue, we need all stakeholders on board with all available resources. So nuclear as kind of a low carbon resources and also great potential now getting more recognition because that landscape change.
If you don't mind, I will add my impression to that, because I do think that the climate discussion became really more constructive on that particular COP, and the people start counting money since the interest rate has gone up significantly, and since nuclear on the cost curve of every solutions to decarbonize is literally skewed to the left-hand side. It means one of the cheapest option to decarbonize, and the people becoming more constructive. That's my impression. Just adding to your point.
Yep, agree.
But we are sounding too more optimistic, I would say, about nuclear. So let's discuss some challenges and issues. So Ilya, definitely there should be some pros and cons. So it's the double-sided coin. So let's talk about the dark side of the coin. So when you discuss the SMR solutions with your clients, customers, what challenges, what issues they facing when you enter into those negotiations, and what problems would solve the SMR solution?
First of all, I don't think it's dark side of, I mean, of course, I mean, it's nuclear. And I mean, all the discussion coming in very, very soon to safety or safe using of nuclear, let's say, because it's still nuclear. That's why Mr. Wei told about, I mean, global acceptance. We should all together think about it. So, and again, coming to that, of course, all clients are asking about safety, how it will be working, and anyway. And the answer is very, very simple. As I told you, we have already some examples or proof of use. And for fleets, for floating NPPs, we are not going to make infrastructure on the territory, on the offshore actually, because reloading process will be organized in Russia. So the idea is barges coming as a big battery to the land, giving electricity wires to a client, and then coming back to be reloaded in Russia. So first of all, it's that explanation, and Russia is very experienced in that, so they rely on us. And it's a reliable partner, reliable source of electricity. So, and all our discussion, of course, it's then it will be secondly, third, and in third stage, financing, how to organize, if it's just electricity PPA, or we're working with like power purchase agreements, how to be organized, who will finance the production of this, I would say this barge is big machine, let's say. It's not real construction, let's say. It's not civil work, how we used to do before. And all these questions we should be considered also, but already in second steps. And here, it's, as Mr. Komarov told us, we are not a compete with wind and solar. It's just additional part of infrastructure in all the global proposal we have. So that's the challenges we have in discussion with all the clients.
Let me join you in that discussion as well. So I do have a diverse audience here, so it's probably worth adding that when it comes to the energy mix, and you mentioned about the combination of nuclear versus other type of other renewable type of projects, I do think it's worth highlighting the way how the nuclear power plants, in terms of the loading factors, need to behave compared to, and why it's a kind of a good combination, because nuclear have to work in the base mode, basically, in the base load mode, while those wind, solar, they are kind of, they have intermittencies and they don't produce like a decent amount of electricity or power throughout the entire week or day. So it's not the 24-hour solution. So
in one country, we even offered wind for the time we're been constructing NPPs. It's first of all. Second, I mean, the explanation on answering your question is small. The key word is small. That's why it's, of course, it's base load, but it's less than 100 if you are using, for instance, one reactor. So let's say it's based, but very small, and could be substituted by other sources, let's say. So when combination could come also, we're not loading so much wind, but when NPP is coming to commissioning, we will really switch on some chemistry, for instance, or our industrial smelting industry as well, which really demanding much more electricity right now. So the key word is small. So it's very hard to combine large scale and wind, because large scale starting at 1200 megawatts, and here less than 100. So it's combination.
Great. So, Mr. Wei, let's.
Can I also address
yeah,
this?
sure.
Maybe I can mention that the nuclear's additional value is they can stabilize the grid when the share of the renewable is growing worldwide. Because the current new design of the new reactor, whatever the large or small, they all have this new capacity that is a dispatchability, which in the past we always put the nuclear as a base load. It's always good but I think in order to adapt the changing landscape, so dispatchability become also an important attribute now for nuclear sector. So I think that all the new design have that capacity now. It just matter if they need to do it or not. But we, as a nuclear industry, we should understand that we need to also change ourselves, not always stick the same concept. So that has been revised and changed in the past decade. So now I think when we talk about nuclear, we always say it's a very good base low carbon technology, but also can be dispatchable to meet the new changing environment. And additionally, I think talking about the safety, waste, and the other issues, and including finance, this is always an issue talking among the community. It's say, hey, it's very costly, but actually, nuclear is a very unique and capital intense project. So as long as you have a very strong policy back that one, and also stable the policy for the long run, and nuclear will definitely can demonstrate its economic competitive over the life cycle. So there are a lot of discussion on this now. Challenges always there, including how we can finance this. If you look at all the latest discussion, all this pledge, at the end, they are calling for financial institutions to step in to invest. So actually, this is the main.
Do we have any nuclear song to sing? Nuclear related, because we need to compete with those guys anyway.
So if you look at all this in discussion, finance the nuclear project has become a main issue, including the agency statement on nuclear power. They are calling for the multinational instrument, financial instrument to look at the nuclear. The recent development in the EU taxonomy and some countries, I think, gave some very good signal that nuclear should be tagged as ESG compliance.
I was about to ask the finance-related or financial solution-related question, but that's good that you've touched upon this topic, because taxonomy is good, but it seems like it's not enough to finance those capital-intensive projects, as you said.
Yeah.
So what are the challenges, financial challenges you do see nowadays, especially the interest rates worldwide don't help at all. So what are the solutions needed to be kind of introduced in order to make it happen, given all the current limitations?
Yeah, I think in terms of the project, there are different kind of financial models which can be used for different countries. So it really depends on you are in the liberated market or the regulated market.
Right.
So it will be a different approach. So for example, in here, UAE, you can have a very different financial arrangement. And in other countries, which actually Russia work with countries, you have your own financial approach, suggestion to the country, to consider. So it's really matter how the country, or the condition of a country, in developing country, in developed world, so and also the developed level also will be matter. But in general, I think the strong country support is always important for this kind of a mega project. And then try to get some private financial institution involved as another issue we have to push to work together to create a good environment. I think the main issue that in addition to this ESG concept, so each country should really create some kind of level playing field which can create this kind of incentive environment for financial institutions to give some preferential financial arrangement to this kind of project. So I think this is something we need to work together to make sure country really can help to build up this kind of field for nuclear project.
Interesting. From global to local, about the support, government support in particular. So we also had these discussions before that. So Ilya, can you share some lights on if there is enough support so far from the Russian government for these new type of the projects, or there's still some things needs to be done? And then there is definitely some price mechanism that allows you to compensate. There is definitely the Russian taxonomy that has been introduced. But let's talk not more into the financial part, but from the technical import substitution type of those things. So is there enough, or something needs to be done more?
I think it's enough. And first of all, the first demand, the huge demand we have from Russia. I mean, that's why Russian Federation...
As the government, you mean?
As a government. I mean, that's why Russian government has to support, because this, I mean, again, I'm speaking mostly about fleets, I mean, floating NPPs. And there's a huge demand from Russian Federation, from the north way of Russia. And actually, for this particular case, of course, Russian government really gives huge support developing this product. And I think it will first stage which will push the second export design, I mean, for the second stage, as I told you. So, but what is also separate us from the large scale is very told, is impossible without government support, whatever, because construction of large-scale NPPs is also is state task, let's say, state goal. And for small, it's 10 times less. I mean, if we are speaking about cost, let's say, its interest is easier to the deal, let's say. That's why we see some private funds which could be participating, and other form of guarantees or finance, so let's say. But of course, you are right. Government should be involved at the first stage for sure. And for permission also. Permissions or license on the territory of this state, of course, will not be done without government. So I think more than finance, we need support from this licensing or regulatory part of a government task. It's nuclear.
Okay. Okay. So since we are running out of time and we are approaching the end of our session, let's conclude our session with one single forecast. This COP, as we, I think, all agreed, is slightly different in terms of the narratives about nuclear.
Much more better.
Much more favorable in terms of nuclear. So what do you expect from the next COP, whenever it will be, or what narratives needs to be discussed on the next COP in order to make SMR happen or to widespread it globally? So we'll start with you.
Okay, that's a very good question to me, that to forecast what we expect for the next COP. I think this COP, we see that the nuclear has been brought to the central stage of the discussion now. But the next COP, I really want to see that the nuclear can really reflect in this outcome document. That will really give the good visibility of the nuclear's role in addressing climate change. Because in the draft of this GST document, we see several paragraphs talking about the nuclear. Actually, they encourage the financial investment to the clean energy, including nuclear, you mentioned there. But currently, I haven't seen the recent discussion, which is very intensive in the main building, talking about SDG documents. So I hope there will some nuclear be mentioned there. And if not, the next one, we really hope nuclear will be visible in their outcome document.
Yeah, I do agree. And I believe now this COP is qualitative change. So we really started to discuss nuclear. And next COP, I believe, I predict it will be just wider discussion. So it will be quantitative change. So we are number of countries who will be involved in this discussion will be just wider. That's all.
It's cool.
That's all.
So, gentlemen, I'm really glad that we have such an open discussion during this panel. I hope that audience really appreciate the insights that has been provided by two distinguished speakers. And let's take a revenge for the neighbors and make a round of applause. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed our nuclear technologies day, and I welcome you to this session, which is devoted to the nuclear technologies in the Arctic. My name is Paulina Leon, and I'm Chief Sustainability Officer of Rosatom. Rosatom has unique competences operating nuclear icebreakers fleet. That's why since 2080, Rosatom is in charge of the Northern Sea route shipment and infrastructure development. You know that the Northern Sea route is one of the most promising transport sea routes in the world. So that's why we're happy and honored to develop it. But on the other hand, the Arctic ecosystems are extremely fragile. So even before we have started the year-round navigation, we have decided to conduct a thorough environmental monitoring to be 100% sure that our sea maritime shipping operations are safe and secure to the Arctic environment. We have started these environmental monitoring projects 3 years ago already, and our partner for this project is the Marine Research Center from the Lomonosov Moscow State University. Today here with me, please welcome Dr. Alexander Shestakov, who is an expert of the Department of the Scientific Research and Development of this Maritime Research Center. And before we start our discussion, let us watch a very nice video that we have specially prepared in regard of the Arctic development. Please put on the video. Thank you. So let's start our discussion. And my first question is the project of the environmental monitoring in the Arctic is conducted 3 years already. So could you please us a little bit more? What is the project about? How it is structured?
Thank you, Paulina, and thanks a lot to company Rosatom for initiating this work and this discussion, which is definitely extremely valuable discussion and important for today. And we are at the climate conference, and there are definitely direct links to what we are discussing, including low carbon development in the future, especially for the area as an Arctic. Yes, we did 3 years of research on the project with the main aim to ensure that we have good data, timely data, and enough data to support the work to understand better the current conditions and current status of marine environment in the Arctic. And it's done not only as a research and scientific project, but definitely for the purpose of the further management purposes. And to get this data to inform the best possible decision both for effective operations, but also to ensure the environmental sustainability and environmental safety of shipping operations in the Arctic. And the whole project, the focus was Arctic shipping, but not only shipping operations as such, but also the development of port infrastructure, both at the construction stage, but also at the stage of operations. So we definitely did this project based on the assumption that the intensity of shipping operations in the Arctic is increasing and the Northern Sea route became a more intense traffic route in the coming years. So that's why to be fully prepared for any potential effects coming from the shipping operations or other development associated with the shipping, we like to know where we are, and that will allow us to be based on this information to do also potentially forecast for the upcoming 3, 5, 10 years where we can be, but also be really clear if there are any real impacts for shipping and other associated operations or not. To do that, we did a lot of traditional research, desk study exercises, but also 3 years of field work. And I hope we can speak a little bit more about details of these field operations and field testing monitoring to again get up-to-date information. Arctic is a very remote area. Data is not really sufficient. To do research there is a really logistical challenge, as well as very harsh climatic conditions to do this research. So last 3 years help us a lot to move forward. But of course, not only desktop, not only, let's say, the field operations, but we used a more intensively the modern approaches, modern research methods, including remote sensing techniques, including satellite images, including automated stations, etc. So, and getting a very significant amount of data. And to process this big data, we also developing the digital platforms, digital services to help us to process, store, and analyze data. And those new research methods providing us actually with additional information, which we hope will support the decision-making and the management decisions to ensure that the Northern Sea route operations are sustainable in the future.
This sounds really impressive. Thank you. And now let's switch a bit to the question of the environmental risks in the Arctic. Do you think it's really manageable risks? Because we all know that Arctic ecosystems are extremely fragile, and that's why it's much harder to manage these risks at this very huge territory. So what is your opinion about the environmental risks? And maybe there are many companies operating in the Arctic. Maybe have some examples. What do they do to operate these risks?
That's maybe one of the most essential questions. And we know that all modern approaches to the appropriate management or adaptive management are usually based on risk-based approaches. So that's why understanding those risks, whether they are connected with environment, whether they're connected with operational management systems, is very important for us to know, to be able actually to mitigate these risks, where possible prevent those risks, or at least minimize them. And those risks are really a reality of today. There are many of them, different risks. Probably I can start again based on that we are talking in the context of a climate conference. We'll start with some climate risks, which are very obvious, and we can actually see them in the Arctic in real time. And Arctic is a region pretty unique in terms of speed of climate changes. Mm-hmm. Probably 2-3 times higher than in any other part of the world. And you can see consequences in real life. And those consequences include different phenomena. So we have definitely change in temperatures in the Arctic. We definitely have changes in sea ice cover, and that includes sea ice thickness, the age of sea ice. We see the movement of biotic components, like species are moving towards north, unusual species are coming. We have an issue of what we call invasive alien species, many of them actually coming with the ships, whether with ballast waters or actually living on the body of the ship and coming from totally different biological zones and became really strong competitors to the local species. We also observe a very dangerous trends. That's a significant increase in natural disasters and natural calamities. The frequency became higher, and that definitely may affect not only environment, but clearly infrastructure and human activities. To give an example, sometimes people think that, okay, less sea ice cover, much better for economic development, which is partially true because we have more open water, so the shipping operations can be easier. But at the same time, just a small example. So when you have less ice and a shorter period of time during the year, the wave activity in the ocean increases. Substantial part of Arctic shore, Russian Arctic shore, are actually made of permafrost and pretty fragile sandy and clay geological structures. So the erosion, water erosion increases, and it's actually destroy the coast. And that's including infrastructure. It can be port infrastructure, it can be even settlements. So that's why it's one of those risks as a consequences of the climatic risk. Climate change also causes a risk for environment. As I mentioned, we have new species coming. Some ecosystems may disappear completely. We see changes in behavior of some animals, and all those risks need to be adopted in the management system. You asked whether the risks are manageable. Yes, we think they are, many of them. Some of them not, and that's why we need to talk about adaptation, especially in the context of climate change. But many risks are manageable, and if we have appropriate information coming, first of all, from the monitoring system, that will allow the management system also to be adaptive and to find good solutions, ideally to eliminate those risks or at least minimize them. And if it's not possible, there are some risks we probably hardly can really manage, but then we need to be ready for compensation measures and also for restoration measures to be in place. You also ask if some companies operating in the Arctic are already doing something. Yeah, I can say a lot. Many of those companies are companies from the extractive sector. It's oil and gas companies, mining companies operating on the coastal part. And many of them, they do the, let's say, daily job, like regular monitoring of environmental conditions at their license areas. But many of them are doing above. They have their biodiversity conservation programs. They invest a lot, first of all, in the research, and research is very much needed there. And I can give you an example of pretty substantial programs in support of research on polar bears, on the walruses, different populations. There is a Pacific walrus, there's Atlantic walrus, and actually there is even a population in between, which is still under question. And companies are helping to understand, is it a special population of lactive sea walrus, or it's a one of existing Pacific or Atlantic populations. And companies like Gazprom, companies like Nornickel, Novatek, they're very much engaged, and Rosneft, in supporting this research and working very closely with research community in Russia and actually outside Russia as well.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic, and Rosatom definitely is happy to join to this research and to these measures of not only mitigating the climate change but the adaptation measures also. And now let's get back to the field work, because you have mentioned that there's not only paperwork in the office, but you have also practical studying, and it is there are extreme temperatures in the Arctic, so I guess that it's not so easy to make the field research. So tell us more, please.
Yeah, it is not easy, but at the Marine Research Center, we are pretty lucky. We managed to bring together a really fantastic team of experts and specialists who actually know how to work in those harsh conditions in remote areas, remote locations. And the field work with the support of Rosatom, we did several seasons from 2021 to 2023, mostly from between August and November, the period when the less of sea ice is there, and using different vessels, some of them classical research vessels, but we also used a lot of vessels which actually fall under umbrella of Rosatom operations. And initially we were using most of those vessels for a real field research done from those vessels. You can see, you know, some of examples from the pictures. It's whether taking samples from water at different depths or basically observing marine mammals and birds and fixing every time we meet some of marine mammals. And those data allow us to build a foundation for what we call baseline data. Because if we continue, and I hope we will continue environmental monitoring, which we hope will be basically the state environmental monitoring system in the future years, that will give us a good baseline for comparison. And during those 3 years, we did research on almost 150 marine stations along the Northern Sea route. And from the first slide, you saw that it's almost 4,000 kilometers long. About 100 of those stations, they've been actually along the route. And another 47 we did in the port areas. Because to understand the situation with state of the environment, state of marine ecosystems in the areas of most intensive impact, and that's definitely port areas. So we did research there as well. And basically the season of this year, 2023, was mostly devoted to the work in port areas. And we collected pretty unique information, I may say, including using the, I think it's the only nuclear kind of a transport ship, Sevmor-Put, on an enormously long way from St. Petersburg to Vladivostok, where actually our observers were sitting on that vessel, and through the whole route, through 3 seasons, we were observing when they were meeting marine mammals or birds, and that again provide a unique data. As well as the same vessel allow us to measure in real time constantly the temperature and salinity of the upper part of the water, which provided a unique information for all Arctic seas in the Russian sector, which also maybe for the first time, and again, we hope that that will give us a very good basis for the future comparison and understanding better what the potential environmental impacts of shipping operations. We also use those 3 seasons to better understand the development of system of what we call monitoring sites for the future, because some of them were random initially based on the routes of the vessels, but together, combining it together with desktop exercise and studies we did before, we basically managed to come to the final, or let's say, we can call it pre-final version of a system of monitoring sites, around 90 of them along those almost 4,000 kilometers, which we actually recommend to use as a basic monitoring site for the upcoming state monitoring system. And we hope that in another couple of years, that will be a regular monitoring on all those sites. And those sites cover different type of localities with intensive shipping operations and impacts already, with potential high impact, but also what we call background. For example, in areas which belong to the marine protected areas, or areas which will never been before touched by industrial activity, or most important, ecologically or biologically most important areas. For example, the places with a concentration of marine mammals or concentration of marine birds, etc.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And by the way, I know that our captains who drive these nuclear icebreakers, now they have embarked on the task to support this monitoring of the mammals. So when they do their shipping route, they also fix mammals when they meet them. So that's amazing. Let's turn back to the technology of your monitoring. So what is the specific technologies, maybe some kind of advanced technologies you apply in regard of the Arctic ecosystem? Wow, yeah, I adore these pictures.
Yeah, that's some of marine life examples. Wow. Usually we see the pictures of polar bears and walruses, but we also should remember that there are many exciting species living in the Arctic Ocean.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So in terms of technologies, I mentioned already that definitely if you like to move forward with getting more data, more reliable data, but what also very important, timely data. Because management very often can't wait for another 2-3 years of research. I mean, scientists will be happy to do it. And if you will ask scientists, they always will say, okay, give us another 5 years of field seasons, but management can't do that. So we need to get more timely information. And to help with this information, but also to help to process enormous amount of information, to store this information, analyze, and what's also very important to visualize it for different purposes, whether we're talking about the management or we're talking about general public or we're talking about stakeholders, we need to give them visual information. So we're actually developing certain new methods, and we're developing methods very much dependent or based on remote sensing and different kind of automated stations and methods. And I can give a few examples. The one based on remote sensing information and data from ships, we actually can track every single ship operating in the Arctic, and that gives us an opportunity to understand the intensity of shipping operations and identify the, we saw on several maps the main Northern Sea route corridors. This information is giving us opportunity to see the real time and the real corridors where most of ships operate. And that's also important from an environmental point of view, because then, based on concentration of ships operations, we can see the areas of more intense impact, which definitely will require additional research and additional monitoring stations. So that's one of the ways we can do it, and basically we see it in the real time. So we can provide this information for any particular period of time as requested by management system. Another opportunity, you can see, for example, the concentration of vessels. Another area where we developed a very interesting methods using a particular type of satellite images. We can actually track the oil pollution. Even if it's actually just an oil film on the top of marine waters, we can track it, but not only the location. We have models which allow us to forecast what direction the spill will move. And that, of course, will help us to take necessary measures, but also we can track the source of the spill. So we basically can link it to a particular vessel responsible for the spill, which again, very important for management measures, but of course from the legal point of view. So that's another service we can provide. So another example, again, we are at climate conference, so we are all interested in reducing greenhouse gases emissions. So another service allow us not only to track every ship, but also to know the type of fuel they use. And based on that, we can calculate the real emissions of CO2 and basically attribute it also to a particular ships. And we can provide the schemes which show the amount of emissions also in a particular period of time. And that may help again for management measures. For example, you already mentioned that one of the ways is to change and move, do some transition from the current type of fuel, for example, heavy fuel oil, for example, for liquefied gas. And that will dramatically reduce CO2 emissions. So again, this system will help us to understand the real situation and take measurement measures. Another area, another kind of a digital service, we all know that in the Arctic there are many very important marine environmental areas, including what we call marine protected areas. In our Russian legislation, it's known as zapovedniks or national parks or zakaznik, special nature reserves. And they have a special legal regime, a protection regime, including the protection and buffer zones, which actually are closed for shipping operations. So again, using the remote sensing technique, we can see if ships violated these legal regimes and basically bypassing through the marine protected areas of the buffer zones. So again, we can actually inform both the captains, of course, owners of those ships, but also, of course, authorities to see if there is a violation of legal regimes for protected areas. And all those services, they available on the web design platforms. It's a digital services, and most of them are in real time. Basically can see it at any moment, every day, and again, can be made public. Or for companies or for management purposes. Basically, we see it as a digital services which may inform substantial number of different audiences who can be interested whether in the state of environment or in taking specific management measures.
Yeah, that I'm absolutely impressed of how precise is the monitoring because yeah, that's I suppose now it's time to move from environmental monitoring to the environmental management that you have already mentioned, that there is already built a sufficient basement of necessary data. So how can we use this data of the monitoring to proceed with the environmental management? So probably you have some special recommendation.
First of all, you are absolutely right in terms of how you see environmental monitoring. Environmental monitoring is not just a thing for its own. It's just a tool. It's an instrument. And an instrument, first of all, to inform decision-making process. Gather good information, high-quality information, timely information, and enough information to inform decision-making process. Of course, what kind of decision-making, that depends on the management bodies. And in many ways, Rosatom as well as an operator of the Northern Sea route. How to use it in management, that's a challenge, I would say. Of course, it's also providing a lot of opportunities if you have good data and you know how to use this data. And I probably can give certain examples from a particular area of environmental management in the Arctic, let's say, conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity. Biological diversity overall sometimes looks like only talking about, few animals, plants, and maybe protect areas, but in fact, it's a much more multifaceted issue and multifaceted problem, incorporating many different solutions. And that can be very well demonstrated by Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. It's a framework adopted recently by UN General Assembly as a framework for biodiversity conservation and sustainable use globally. And there are many elements applied to the Arctic. If we are talking about biodiversity conservation, we're first of all talking about the mitigating and decreasing, minimizing the direct impacts on biodiversity. And direct impacts coming from, for example, invasive alien species I mentioned already, very much associated with the shipping operations, or overexploitation of marine biological resources, whether we are talking about, for example, overfishing or illegal fishing, or any type of unsustainable hunting or poaching, which can be associated with the shipping operations as well as some port infrastructure. So another area, of course, the impact of climate change on biological diversity, pollution. Pollution can be associated with many operations. It can be discharges from vessels. It can be plastic pollution from vessels. It can be garbage. And of course, it can be oil spills, for example, or fuel spills or dangerous chemical spills if we have accidents in the Arctic. And the more intense shipping, the more potentially higher the risk of those events. And we need to be prepared for that. But also what's important from the management point of view, for example, the system of environmental impact assessment. So environmental impact assessment is an extremely important process to understand potential impacts. But to do it properly, we need to have data. So basically environmental monitoring is providing the data for environmental impact assessments, whether we are talking about particular projects or we are talking about what we know as strategic impact assessment, for example, for entire Arctic or for the entire Northern Sea route. Another area is if we know enough data about biodiversity, this data and information and approaches need to be incorporated into, for example, state development plans, what the government adopts. And we know that there is a Northern Sea route development plan, but also corporate plans, corporate strategies, corporate policies. Biodiversity need to be part of it, and the information to support some actions to be taken, including at the corporate level, can come from environmental monitoring. So it's a direct tool how you implement it in the management practices. Another area is how you, for example, consider the financial flows and whether you direct certain resources specifically for environmental conservation, how you do it, how much you do it. Monitoring data can inform you how to do that. As well as, of course, whatever government is doing or companies are doing or research community doing in the Arctic can be informed by results of monitoring and can be directly incorporated into new research activities. Also, this data stimulate certain development. For example, we are working with the high-tech companies to develop new digital platforms, new digital instruments, and that's again very much based on what's coming from the monitoring, because it's not only getting data, it's also getting better understand where we have gaps. And bearing in mind how remote is the area, how difficult is the area, we need to use more and more of those modern operations, which of course will also help to all those beautiful creatures we can find in the Arctic.
Yeah, thank you. I really like your point that all this environmental management and ecosystems management should be part of the company policy, and that's why we have put a special focus on this environmental monitoring inside the sustainable development policy of Rosatom and the ecological policy on Rosatom. When we have started to put our special attention to this sustainability issues. So you are right, absolutely, that should be integrated business processes in regard of company activities to implement all this. And let me ask you another thing. You know, there are two different points of view. One is about the Arctic development. The first point is that to save these fragile ecosystems of the Arctic, we need to wind down all the economic activities. But another one is that, on the contrary, in regard of 4 millions of people who live in the Arctic, in regard of nature resources, in regard of Arctic is a part of global economic routes, we need to develop it, but with a conscious way. So could you explain us what is the best point of view in maybe you may add something to these ideas.
Well, indeed, the Arctic is one of the regions very important for future development globally, even not only for those 4 million people living in the global Arctic, because 4 million for the entire Arctic. By the way, 2.5 of those 4 million lives in our country. So, and it's a region important for the rest of the world as well in many ways. Naturally, for sure, in terms of regulating the global climate, in terms of many natural processes, natural cycles, but also economically. We know that substantial amount of energy resources coming from this region, mineral resources coming from this region. I can say that if we talk about the Pan-Arctic region, so 4 out of 10 major global fisheries are in the Arctic, and that's a food security globally. So there are many, many ways how Arctic is important economically and socially. And from my perspective, it's not really the question whether you make one huge national park or you actually destroy everything and you exploit all possible resources. It's not about to develop or not to develop. I think we need to develop Arctic. The question is always how you do that. And that's where the main question stays. And again, from our perspective, if there is a desire, and I think I can see clearly a desire to make things right, and to ensure, and if we are talking about Northern Sea Route, to ensure that operations of the Northern Sea Route are effective from economic point of view, also from social point of view, and basically can develop sustainably to provide whatever necessary for our generation, but of course to generations to come. So the environmental safety became a very significant element. We also know that many, many companies, many potential clients of the Northern Sea Route are very much interested that their shipping operations, the way they transit their goods, are environmentally safe. And if we can actually ensure the global community that whatever we are doing in the Northern Sea Route is actually up to the best international standards and practices, that we have all necessary information, including coming from the environmental monitoring system. So that will definitely help to increase this efficiency, ensure environmental safety, but also if you wish to build a, let's say, right image of the country, but also image of those companies who are actually operating Northern Sea Route. And from my perspective, this combination to achieve sustainability is possible. And the role of environmental monitoring, again, I don't want to overestimate the role of it, but as an instrument and as a tool, it's extremely important instrument if done rightly. But of course, the key solutions are stay with the management and not with the management practice itself. And again, we can see many good steps taken by different companies, including by shipping companies. We can see the transition in the fuel. We can see the construction of new generation of vessels. We can see more strict regulations, for example, for discharges or actually waste collections on vessels. And that's definitely all positive steps. So I'm very much positive that we can actually find a way how effective economic development can, I don't want even to say coexist, because from my perspective, the environmental safety, environmental operation, environmental responsibility, risk management is actually a part of sustainable economics. So it's not two different things to coexist and live together. No, it's actually one thing. And very often the efficiency of your economic activities directly depends on how environmentally safe you are. If you start thinking about legal consequences, damage to image, potential payments, and how much may cost, let's say, addressing oil spill in the Arctic. And that also should inform us where we can put certain priorities, because when we were talking about risks, if we clear that the risk of accidents increase, then we need to put priority to developing the methods for a quick reaction, for quick response. We need to build a new rescue centers. We need to have a good infrastructure in place for, again, a quick reaction for those accidents with all equipment available, human resources available, chemicals available, technologies and methods available. And if we have this in place, that's another element of management which will actually ensure stakeholders that we have everything in place to have sustainable development in the Arctic. So definitely possible.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more because it's not easy to put the sustainability issues inside ongoing operations, but when we just started to elaborate our Northern Sea routes and to develop it for the global purposes, we just thought that we need to include these ESG issues, this sustainability responsible approach, just from the first step to be sure that we do it in a proper way. So thank you very much. And actually, probably we have out of time right now, but I have my final question to you, because you have mentioned that the results of the monitoring are publicly available. They are open to the public and to all the stakeholders. Could you please share where can the audience can approach these results? Maybe you have some website or something like that.
Okay, thank you. The easiest question is the last one. So we definitely have all this information publicly available. And of course, for all colleagues present here in Pavilion, I just advise you to take one of our leaflets available here. You will find a QR code. So you will find the key reports from this research using these QR codes. We will add additional information, including in English. But of course, you also have here our email. If there is a specific interest for any additional information, I invite everyone to come to us, ask us, and we will definitely share this information. And I also like to use this opportunity to invite experts, specialists, research institutions who are interested in working together on Arctic issues, Arctic shipping, to basically come to us. We have an international expert group with a number of countries in this group, and we definitely will welcome more members in this group to work together. And we also have the data we received during the last 3 years can be extremely important for pan-Arctic work. And we hope that one day when the operations of the Arctic Council will come back to a normal, hopefully, life, a substantial part of this data will be very much requested and in demand by the Arctic community. And we will be really happy to share, but also like to invite this community to contribute their expertise, to contribute their experience in the first development of Arctic research, but also Arctic marine research. monitoring system.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Dr. Shestakov. Thank you to the whole audience. So now we close our session, and I would like to remind you that right after the session, we will have at the screen very nice video serial about people who lives around nuclear power plants. There are short stories about human life and how nuclear power stations supports them in their life in everyday life. And after that, after the lunch, the nuclear day at the Russian Pavilion will continues with the young generation sessions. So please welcome to join. Thank you.
Thank you, Polina.
Yo sueño con un avance tecnológico para mi país, para todos los bolivianos y bolivianas. Ser boliviano es bien lindo para mí y me siento bien orgulloso de haber nacido aquí en Collasuyo, Bolivia, porque tenemos de todo, sus costumbres, diferentes idiomas tenemos, diferentes danzas en Bolivia. Avanzar hacia la ciencia, tenemos riquezas, lo que nos falta es conocimiento, lo que nos falta es tener científicos, tener inventores. El conocimiento trae progreso. Quiero que sepan los hermanos de las provincias, no tienen mucho conocimiento, por ende, ahí entendí, puedo llevar libros, folletos a las provincias, a las ferias, y de eso yo puedo comer, ¿no? Vendiendo libros. Eso es bien importante que un pueblo sepa que lea y para que nuestro país, el pueblo también, los lugares levanten como dirigentes. Aquí en La Paz conocí muchos amigos también, casi vendí libros en ahí, aprendí en la plaza cívica donde digo es mi universidad, de donde aprendo muchas cosas gracias a esta plaza cívica que está en la Ceja del Alto. Ahí se hace intercambio de ideas. Hay muchos escritores de libros que he conocido también aquí en la plaza, varios hermanos luchadores que hemos estado juntos defendiendo lo que es nuestro país.
Quiero que me ayuden a decir unos dos vivas. ¡Que viva Ciudad del Alto! ¡Que viva! ¡Hasta la victoria! ¡Hasta la victoria!
Y también me tocó ser dirigente del Distrito 8, que es aparte esta es una zona Cristal 1. Uní primero el Distrito 8 con todas las organizaciones sociales, gremiales, codiges, juntas vecinales, un solo, y con todos ellos unidos hemos trabajado construcciones, teleférico en 6 de marzo, es una de las líneas más importantes que tiene. Y algunos presidentes más fuimos a participar a ese taller, ¿no? Silverio, un entendido tema del Centro de Investigación y Desarrollo Nuclear. Me gustó y nos gustó a los salteños. Pedimos ahí mismo, gritamos, compañeros, centro nuclear tiene que construirse en el Distrito 8. Ahora, ¿cuándo? Ahora. ¿Cuándo, carajo? Ahora, carajo. Entonces, inmediato hacemos el voto resolutivo, una nota. ¿Y qué hacemos? ¿Qué hace eso, no? Cuando me interesó es para exportación, ¿no? Nuestros productos. Pero con este centro de investigación se puede exportar porque va a pasar, va a aguantar. Eso es lo que me interesó para el sector, los hermanos campesinos, donde que se produce frutas, verduras. Aquí en Bolivia, tema de cáncer. Mucha gente está enferma de cáncer. El centro de investigación, lo que tenemos una parte que está ahí, que los hermanos se pueden curar, se pueden detectar más fácil y va a ser para todos los bolivianos. Entonces yo me siento bien alegre y contento de que el futuro de nuestro país está centrado ahí. Para mí, siempre en esta vida hay una familia con quienes vives, con quienes compartes. 2 hijitos que tengo, mi hijito que tengo, Jonathan Ramos, y mi hijita pequeñita que tengo, Guarita le digo, por cariño, Guarita Ramos, mi esposa, Encarnación Mamane. Son con quienes ellos vivo yo, más importantes en mi vida.
Я надеюсь в течение 7 лет стать капитаном атомного ледокола.
Captain of the atomic icebreaker.
Я старший помощник капитана атомного ледокола 50 лет Победы.
I work with the captain. So my task is to actually drive the ship, drive the icebreaker in the Arctic. Of course, shipping in the midst of the ice is very different from shipping in the open water, because we have to take into consideration the climatic changes, the ice conditions. We don't have to just go through, we have to lead other vessels as well. I first used to work at the diesel vessels, and then I switched to the icebreaker because I wanted to see the northern sea route. So when I came to Murmansk, and so my first impression when I saw the icebreaker was like really large scale, very impressive. And of course, I admired its power of 55 megawatt and 75,000 horsepower. So the feeling of this power, of this capacity to cut through the ice for me is the most important, the most pleasant perk of my profession. And I think the atomic icebreakers are unique because of that. And honestly speaking, during my student years, I never dreamt of becoming what I became. I never had anyone involved in the maritime profession, but by the 8th grade I started dreaming of this maritime profession, because it's predominantly the male field. So, and I'm very grateful to my parents for helping me So for me, this is very important to be treated not as a girl, but as the captain's maid. So because we take turns 4 times off. There is an area of the sea area, which is our focal point, and also we have plans for development the Northern Sea route to connect Europe and Asia, and also icebreakers are a very important part of this. The Arctic is a unique place on the globe, the unique fauna. Where else could you see any polar bear or in its natural habitat? Of course, if we can see polar bears or sea cows, we try to stay away, not to disturb them. And in my free time, I practice sport, I read. Our traditional hobby is tennis. Later I also took up stretching. Sometimes I do some artwork. There's a small diamond-shaped mosaics. I hope that I will have this the opportunity to continue, because we all define our destinies, our careers. I never stop learning, and even now that I have become the captain's mate, so I still keep on learning. I'm the senior mate, but I still learn. I also still learn from my captain, because we are working at the highest level, where we need to use our minds, need to make decisions, because it's not easy being captain. So that was my intention, to be involved in the maritime shipping. So I think this is my whole life now.
نتمنى أن تكون بلدي مصر بلد قوية ومتطورة في كل حاجة إن شاء الله. مرسى مطروح بلد سياحية، وكلمة مرسى مطروح مرسى متروك، يعني متروك من غير جبال. مرسى هي مراسي كتير، مرسى وطول عمرها على الساحل الأبيض المتوسط. فكرني مدينتنا بالأحجار الكريمة اللي تم العثور عليها ولم يتم استخدامها. لو تم استخدامها بطريقة أفضل تبقى حياة كريمة. وأنا كأقدم صياد شفت مواقف كثيرة في البحر، وإن شاء الله اللي جاي يكون أفضل من كده. وأنا طول عمري صياد، نشأت من سن الطفولة في الصيد لغاية دلوقتي. وجدي كان الله يرحمه بيصحيني في الفجر، بياخدني معاه وعلمني المهنة دي، وأصبحت متوارث فيها، وأغلبية أهلها كلهم صيادين، وعيشتنا كلها على الصيد. احنا لازم عندنا العادات والتقاليد لازم نحافظ عليها. والنهارده اصبحت في تقدم ونمشي على العالم الحديث، او التكنولوجيا اللي قاعده اللي داخله في البلد، وان شاء الله بتوسع، وان شاء الله اللي جاي يكون افضل. انا عارف ان محافظه مطروح ومصر بصفه عامه هيتعمل فيها مولد كهرباء، محطه نوويه للطاقه الكهربائيه في مدينه الضبعه. ده تطور جامد، واحنا من زمان منتظرين اللحظه دي، ودي من 50 سنه او نص قرن احنا منتظرين، والنهارده ابتدى فيه. وده هيجلب علينا السياحه وفرصه العمل والكتله السكنيه وتحسين في البنيه التحتيه. المحطة النووية للطاقة هتكون أكبر محطة في أفريقيا، ودي تجلب كثير من السياح من حال العالم لبلدنا، وتكون بلدنا أفضل، والسمك هيكثر في جنبيها، وإحنا هيحتاجوا هم السمك ده. ودي حاجة ما فيش حاجة في الدنيا أحسن من الصيد، والأفضل إن نحن نفضل إن عيشتنا كلها في الصيد، لأن الصيد ده متعة ورياضة، وإحنا معتمدين إن شاء الله على المحطة النووية اللي يكون أفضل بالنسبة للصيادين ولمهنة الصيد وللعالم أكبر. أما لو نفتكر اللحظات السعيدة في حياتي نفتكر رحلتي للصيد في روسيا، بس مش عشان الصيد، أنا اشتركت فيها وكسبتها، وشفت زيارة اللي هي للمفاعل النووي اللي موجود على الطبيعة، وشفت الناس اللي عايشة فيها بسلام، وشفت الأحياء فيها من الأسماك ومن الطير ومن الحيوانات اللي موجودة في داخل المفاعل، وادتني ثقة في الأمان أن المحطة دي نتمنى أنها تكون عندي. وإن شاء الله نتمنى أن نشوفها في حياتي قبل ما نموت، أن تكون المحطة دي موجودة عندنا. وجيت هنا ونحكي وبنقول الكلام ده لأحفادي وأولادي والناس اللي نعرفها كلها، وديت بها في محاضرات في المراكز تجمعات البدو، ان ما تخافوش من المحطة دي، محطة أمان، شفتها على الطبيعة، يعني فيها كل وسائل الأمان والراحة. محطتنا أكبر وتقدم وأمنا في المنطقة بتاعتنا، وأمان في البحر وعلى الأسماك، وعشان كده إحنا حنفضل نصطاد، وإحنا وأولادنا وأحفاد أحفادنا زي ما كنا نصطاد. نتمنى أن تكون منطقتنا أفضل منطقة في العالم عشان الأجيال القادمة تعيش في حياة أفضل، وعشان أحفادنا وعيالنا يعيشوا في حياة كريمة أكثر من اللي احنا عايشين فيها.
My dream right now is just to be able to complete the project on time. Then I can relax and spend my life with my family. It was a dream just when I was a kid. My passion was always to understand this smaller and smaller. For this reason, the study of the nucleus becoming an important interest in my life. I'm the head of the plant and construction department, responsible for the construction of ITER, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. I came here in 2013, and when you start this job when you are 57, it's more challenging than for the young generation. What we are building here is something large and impressive. We are realizing here the same reaction of fusion that you can see in the star. We have the dream to simulate the sun in the air. The tokamak, which is the heart of ITER, was invented by Russian scientists in early 50s-60s and became the foundation of the ITER project. My life is the expression of a person that is son of the world. I was born in Libya. Then I came to Italy. I've been living and working in the Russian Federation, in US, in China, in Europe, up to arrive to ITER, where I've started this last final adventure in fusion community. It was an opportunity that my son, Francesco, has found. Francesco sent the application to ITER project for my CV, and at the end I have to say thanks to my son, because I would never have done that. Today I'm 64, but I really don't believe I have this age, and I feel so young, and this feeling is just generated by that event. It is not important how old you are, it is important how young you are in achieving the target that you have in front of you. ITER is an international organization involving 35 nations, with very different intercultural backgrounds, working together as a one unique team. Russia has made a great contribution to the project in many different areas. I'm very happy because for me it was really something special. This adventure and this cooperation with Russia Federation. ITER is very important because it represents the future for all countries, for the whole world. It is the way to produce energy at low cost from a nuclear source, which is an endless source. And in this moment, a lot of people cannot get energy, which means cannot eat, cannot produce, cannot have a life comfortable. Producing energy at low cost means we can export this configuration of plant everywhere. I had the strong support of my wife first. When I met my wife in 1977, we were talking a lot about the experience to enter and the capacity to help people, because when you can give without expecting anything back is the best way to get an impressive achievement for yourself. For this reason, we plan also each year to have 1 week or 2 weeks to spend in Africa or in other countries where we can devote our attention to the people that has more needs to be supported. Energy is needed by all countries, all over the world. And I believe this is something very important for all of us to achieve.
Benim hayalim, ülkemde nükleer alanda onu ileri taşıyabilecek ve geliştirebilecek bir konumda olmaktır.
Benim hayalim çalışmış olduğum şirkette başarılı bir çalışan olmak.
Bizim en büyük hayalimiz mutlu bir aile olmak.
Değerli kızım Duru, babanla çekmiş olduğumuz video sana ileride hediyemiz olacak.
Bu videoda öncelikle ailemizin hikayesini, nasıl tanıştığımızı sana anlatacağız. Ve ileride karşılaşabileceğin bütün zorluklar bu anlattığımız videoda sana çözüm yolu gösterecektir.
Babamla biz üniversitedeyken tanıştık. Daha sonra babam Rusya'ya eğitime gitmeye karar verdi. Rusya'da okurken bana burada çok güzel bir eğitim var, gelebilir misin dedi. Teklifte bulundu ve ben de Rusya'ya gittim. Orada yaşarken birbirimiz olmadan yaşayamayacağımızı anladık ve evlendik.
Sevgili kızım, 2010 yılında ülkemizin ilk nükleer enerji santrali kurulacağına dair haberler gördüm. Ülkemizin uzun zamanlar beklediği bir durumdu. Ben de bu bağlamda ülkemizin ilk nükleer mühendislerinden biri olmak istedim. Bunun için ülkemizde olmayan eğitimi almaya başka ülkeye gittim. Bu karar benim için gerçekten çok zor bir karardı. Fakat sonradan anladım ki verdiğim karar gerçekten çok iyi bir karardı.
Nükleer enerji mühendisliği ön açık ve prestijli bir meslek. Zaten çocukluğumdan beri fizik ve matematiğe karşı ilgim olduğunu bildiğim için canım kızım, üçü bir araya gelince ben de bu alanda yer almak istedim.
İyi ki de istemişsin. Teşekkür ederiz.
Teşekkür ederim.
Sevgili kızım, gençliğimizden bu alandaki uzmanlığımıza kadar olan hikayemiz bu şekilde başladı. Şu anda santralin inşasında çalışmaktayız. Temiz enerji üretilen bu bölgede büyüyecek olmandan dolayı çok mutluyuz. Yöre halkı için ve senin için bu santral çok büyük olanaklar doğuracak. Çok büyük bakış açısı sağlayacak. Bu bizim ülkemiz için kurmuş olduğumuz büyük bir hayaldi. Biz kalbimizin sesini dinledik, hayallerimize güvendik ve zorluklardan hiçbir zaman korkmadık. Bu yüzden Türkiye'nin ilk nükleer enerji santralinde yer aldık.
Canım kızım, sana bir annenin nasihati. Eğer doğru aşkı bulursan sakın onu kaybetme. Rusya'da yaşadığım deneyimler bana gösteriyor ki eğer doğru kişiyi bulursan O sana güç kazandırır, hayattan ne istiyorsan onu gerçekleştirebilirsin.
Annenle biz çok güzel bir yuva kurduk ve sen bu yuvaya güneş gibi doğdun. Sen bizim aşkımızın ve yuvamızın, hikayemizin devamı olacaksın. Kızım, belki sen ileride bizim mesleğimizi devam ettirebilir, nükleer alanda çalışmak isteyebilirsin. Fakat sana karışmak istemiyoruz. Bu senin seçimin ve senin hikayen.
Hayattaki asıl amacımız senin için iyi birer aile olmak ve ülkemiz için iyi birer profesyonel mühendis olmak. Anne ve baban olarak senden istediğimiz zor kararlar almaktan çekinme. Kalbinin sesini dinle. Allah izin verirse kalbin seni doğru yola götürür. Kalp hata yapmaz. Seni kucaklıyor ve öpüyoruz. Annen ve baban.
One. Начинается церемония подписания.
So the signing ceremony shall begin. We please ask the participants to take their seats on the stage. The agreement for cooperation between State Atomic Energy Corporation, Rosatom, and ESCOM Holding SLP is going to be signed for development of a human-centric approach to personnel training and development.
Atomic Energy Corporation, Rosatom, and the ESCOM Holdings State-Owned Company Limited on development of joint projects and initiatives, coordination of activities, and consolidation of efforts in the development of a human-centric approach to personnel training and development. Со стороны госкорпорации Rosatom соглашение подписывает...
The Atomic Corporation Rosatom is represented by the Vice Director General Terentьева Tatiana Anatolievna, and ESCOM Holdings is represented by the Executive Director ad interim Kalib Kasim.
The agreement is being signed by Deputy Director General for Human Resources, Ms. Tatiana Terentьева. On behalf of ESCOM, the agreement is being signed by Acting Group Chief Executive, Mr. Kalib Kasim. Поздравляем с подписанием соглашения.
Congratulations on signing the agreement.
Dear guests and colleagues, thank you very much for the signing ceremony. In 5 minutes, we're starting our session, sustainable leadership, climate education for people-centric approach. So please have your seat. You can enjoy the drinks. And we are starting in 5 minutes the session of the presentation of the course on sustainable leadership. Thank you. I would like to invite everybody to take their seats for the sustainable leadership, how the climate change impacts education for future generations session. And I would like to invite Mr. Moderator, Nachaville Roy, to moderate the session from now on.
Are we all set? Well, in the first place, thank you so much for taking some time to be here in this like very busy space that we're like all coming and going all the time. And in the first place, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ingreso Villarrosa. I'm a youth climate activist from Argentina, and I'm part of the Impact Team 2050. That is an initiative led by youth among the Rosatom system. In the first place, we're going to watch a video introducing the topic that brings us to the discussion today, and then I'm going to introduce the amazing speakers that we have today.
And conferences. But do you want to make a real difference in your community and become a sustainable leader? Achieving a sustainable future requires experienced leadership that drives local projects based on global expertise. To this end, the young leaders of G20 countries created an educational program, Sustainable Leadership and Impact Management. The course will provide you with impact management skills needed to successfully implement sustainability projects. You will learn key trends in GSG and sustainable development around the world, modern leadership skills and effective techniques for building a strong project team, relevant project and impact management practices, successful cases of socially significant youth projects. This is a must-have skill set for leaders in the field of impact management. You will access a course of 4 modules and 10 lessons, featuring video lectures, tests, written assignments, and online meetings with international experts. Upon successful completion of the course, you will be certified as Impact Manager. In 2024, program alumni will meet on the grounds of the Sochi World Youth Festival and the Obninsk International Youth Nuclear Forum. You can join the program at any time on the Mission Impact platform. Join us. Join the global community of sustainable leaders.
And now I would like to welcome to the stage to our amazing speakers today. In the first place, we have Tatiana Terienteva, if you would like to come to the stage. In the second place, we have Diana Gamasova, Hassan Awad, Darina Lizarova, and Mujev Khan. And now I would like to introduce you. As you would like. We have Tatiana Terienteva, that is Deputy Director General for Human Resources in Rosatom. Diana Gamasova, who is Project Manager and Journalist in Recycle Verge. We have Hassan Awad, Researcher, Climate Change and Natural Resources, Sustainability Lebanon. We have Mujev Khan, Global Support Team, SDG 7, Youth Constituency, United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth in India. And last but not the least, Darina Elizarova, Y20 Delegate, Youth Ambassador for SDG 15. The first question goes for Tatiana Terienteva, that as a member of the Impact Team, I would like to ask for the Rosatom contribution all around the world. That we know that the main center is nuclear energy, but it's not only that. Rosatom makes incredible contributions to education, sustainability, and other types of energy. So my question is, at COP and similar forums, there are many discussions, sometimes very emotional, about the responsibilities of different generations for a sustainable future. What is your view about this topic?
First of all, let me give opportunity to say thank you very much, UNACHES and Impact Team, for your projects, for your initiatives, and for your job here in COP. And after that, let me use Russian. It's give me more opportunity to say about my emotions and my ideas. And please give the Mr. Kassians the translation opportunity, Sander. Если говорить про
If we talk about the importance of these topics, I guess we have mentioned this multiple times at COP. Now we've moved on to particular topics, particular action, and the most important thing is that this topic of climate change brings together everyone. There can be no difference between generations. No generation gap is possible here. And no responsibility gap is possible because we all live on the same planet. And every one of us is responsible for what the planet will look like after we depart from it. We will leave it to you, and you will leave it to next generations. As a global player, Rosatom is very serious about its influence on the environment, and our technologies are quite green, and the green technologies have been adopted, have been named green technologies in the taxonomy. And if we calculate how much emission we spare, it's about 200 million tons. I think it's a serious result. It's a huge result. I think we can discuss a lot of, we can say a lot of things about green energy, atomic energy, whether it's green or not. But the numbers, the result, proves that we are. It's a scientifically proven result. Of course, it's about the development of our hydrogen technology, lithium-ion batteries, the development of technologies of closed-circuit nuclear cycle. When the nuclear waste becomes fuel in the future, we make our serious bet on that. But the most important component of technological development is about the values and the skills that we will pass on to future generations. And Rosatom is a company, has built a whole ecosystem for training the new generation with the appropriate skills and talent management, attraction of talent. We start working with kids, and specific audiences are the parents, whom we help with the development of their talents of their kids. We work together with the teachers who can contribute to the development of the talents of kids. We have a council of our juniors, which is similar to the impact team, which is functioning under the auspices of our CEO, and the contribution that we get help us have a different perspective on our atomic technology and the upcoming green technologies. We have 18 universities in the country that train such specialists, highly skilled specialists. That we also can talk about a students' council that helps adapt our school children to their future professions. And another component that's important, it's our academy, corporate academy and technological academy, which help develop the skills of our staff, of our employees. As for the new projects that I would like to mention, to highlight, your activities of the impact team helped us conduct a research project, other projects that are related to the availability of STEM professions. We're grateful to you for that. We will uphold and support those projects that are aimed at implementing the goals of sustainable development, and the availability of education for young people and getting them involved in the atomic industry. This is one important research project that we've made for BRICS in terms of energy transition, which was presented two days ago. This is a unique research project that shows how unique each labor market is. It also shows some opportunities for cooperation and joint decisions made by the stakeholders. Skoltech is a place which can seriously contribute into educational programs and that can also help the further development of the BRICS countries in the future. We have signed an agreement with the ESCO company, which is a huge company, on the exchange of practices, best practices, and we are sure that this will give us food for further development, and the students from Africa that study at our universities will get a high quality education. They will be able to get employed to unveil their talents at the ESCO company. Thank you so much.
The second question. Thank you so much first for the answer and for your insight about this topic. And now I'd like to address a question to Mujib, that I know that in your personal life and work, you're doing an incredible job what is towards pursuing the SDG number 7, that is clean energy for all and for everyone, and you're involved in key organizations such as the BRICS Youth Energy Agency, and you have approved advocacy in the idea of education and environmental literacy for all. So I would like to ask you, what are the most effective approaches to environmental education and youth activism in your perspective?
Well, thank you for the question. At the onset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be part of this panel and share my insights on such an important topic. So based on my experience on working with various initiatives and platforms, interacting with multiple stakeholders, including the youth from various countries, what I've observed is actually there's like a huge spectrum, where at one end of the spectrum, you have significant emphasis on climate action, and there's an active role that's being taken by leaders to empower and engage youth in energy and climate literacy. Whereas at the other end of the spectrum, there's little to none focus on that. So I think one of the key challenges there is how do you bridge that gap, right? So I think in order to do that, there's various platforms and initiatives. And I think the video that we just saw, the Sustainable Leadership, is one such platform that gives an opportunity for people from different backgrounds to have an understanding and be well prepared for jobs of the future. At the same time, be more aware of what are the key topics that they need to be engaged and learn about energy and climate literacy. In addition to that, I think what also needs to happen is how do we have a more hands-on approach towards education, right? We don't need the traditional methods of education where it's more like passive learning, where you just have like education courses being played and students just being more passive in their approach, right? It has to be more hands-on, it has to be experiential. So in that sense, I think a lot is being talked about how do you gamify such approaches, right? So gamification is one approach where you can actually have some sort of like competition, or you can have different elements where you have like point systems that can be introduced in order to make it more effective and engaging, not only to youth, but also like to wider stakeholders in a more fun and informative way. I think one of the recent examples that we have here in the UAE by the United Nations, the UAE Independent Climate Change Accelerator, is called Climate Call, which is a unique platform which is also AI enabled that gives you an opportunity to pitch your ideas. And then there are elements where you can have people vote on your ideas, you can comment, discuss, and improve on those. So that's one such example. And I think another example of particularly youth empowerment that happens here and I think can be replicated across is something called the Youth Council. So these are basically like consultative youth council that bring together youth from different backgrounds and give them an opportunity to interact directly with stakeholders in working collectively and collaboratively to form policies so that their voices are being heard and they're actually being part of the process itself in developing policy, rather than not coming at a later stage where they're just basically like consulting in the policy itself. So I think these were some of like the key high-level points. Overall, there is great potential, and I think we as Impact Team have different projects, and our focus is on how to make sure that people from different backgrounds who don't have this access to energy and climate literacy are made very well aware of the importance of it, but also how they can actually contribute and effectively be part of it itself.
Thank you so much, Mujib. My next question goes to Hassan Awad. Hassan, you were also involved in creating a course and expert the course that we were seeing with the presentation. How is this course different from others? Because we know that courses, they exist all around the world, but what is the key difference to this one? How does this address the expectation of young people in the Middle East region? And the last question is, what is important for a climate leader to know?
So thanks, great question. Thanks for having me as a panelist. It's always a pleasure to be part of such panels. So let's start by sustainable leadership. What's sustainable leadership? It's this emerging, it's exciting emerging thing that's happening across the board in higher education, business, nonprofit, and the government sector. It's this cool blend of understanding tensions, but it's not enough. But it's not enough. We need real doers. We need doers that can come up with let's say come up with problem solve practical solutions. So here where platforms like Mission Impact come in, they fill the gap by giving students the hands-on project-based experience in solving such challenges. But again, let's face it, having great intentions are great, but we need real world-based experience to tackle such challenges, to step up and to let the youth set up into success in the real world. Leadership, especially for youth, it's not like just about actions and titles. It's more than that. It's about courage. It's about standing up for beliefs. It's about knowing how to tackle such challenges in their communities. When it comes to sustainability, it's not only about ideals, but it's also about practical skills. That's platforms that such as Mission Impact that tackle. When we talk about youth capacity building, we don't talk about only being green. It's beyond that. We have to teach them financial management, and we have to teach them how to come up with business-driven solutions into their work that works for people and planet. So another important point which we tackle in the impact in this initiative, which is the variety in sustainability. And by what I mean with this, it's not like one size fits for all deal. It's more like it's diversity, whether it's renewable energy, fair trade, or even battling plastic pollution. Youth should know their stuff. We have to empower them to know the differences, to understand the different approaches, so they can apply this in their projects. Yeah. So once more, Mission Impact it's not like a normal course. It's like a roadmap to create sustainable, diverse, let's say adaptable youth leaders that they can come up and learn to solve such challenges in their community. Yeah, and let me add something. Sorry, before I remember this will highlight the importance of such initiative. Back to July, when I received the invitation from Darina, she sent me the script. She sent me the content of the course. I was like, impressed. The content was great, but I felt like I can contribute to it based on my experience in Lebanon. I implemented different biogas projects. I was part of I've been part of a youth group that advocate for SDG 7. So I contacted her back and I said, like, you know, Darina, great content, but I feel like I can add some tweaks based on my experience. She was like, I'm totally fine, Hassan, do whatever you want. It's based on experts, but we need like some youth professional to add to this content. So they were very flexible with me, and I believe that the other leaders, young leaders that contributed the talk to the initiative, they were able to add to the initiative as well, and the content, which will make it more powerful and, let's say, impactful, for great impact. Sorry, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hassan, for bringing your perspective from the Middle East, and also for the inputs in the course that I'm sure that will be very, very useful for a lot of young people from all over the world. And my next question goes to Kazakhstan, to Diana. I know you, and you seem to be a very doing person. You take part in a lot of projects. You're involved in a lot of organizational about environment, science, and different projects. And the example of nuclear power shows you how many stereotypes modern young people have about technology even nowadays. Today, international organizations are talking about environmental literacy along with digital literacy as a necessary educational foundation for every young person. And my question is, what skills do you think that make up the environmental literacy and of a modern young person?
So I don't want to be very sciencey here, but coming from the scientific point of view, I think for not only for young people, but also for more adult people, I want you to imagine environmental science and everything you learn about climate change as a knowledge pyramid. So imagine like mathematics is the mother of all sciences. Here lays mathematics, then comes physics, then comes the chemistry, then biology, and ecology substituents all this pyramid. So for instance, if you want to know the truth and you want to read not only newspaper that most of the time will fearmonger you into saying like, we're dying, scientists 100% confirm that after tomorrow we have to phase out fossil fuels because some of the island nations are gonna disappear. But actually, if you scale up your knowledge, even as an adult, there are many resources to know about maybe some statistics, how to count the population, then what is a Coriolis effect on our ice caps, on both ice caps, then what is a NOx and SOx mean, basically nitrate oxide and sulfur oxide, and how do they implement themselves into the atmosphere. Then you know how air masses move around the world. And then, you know, the distribution, for example, the chemicals that you pollute here, how come they appear somewhere in Arctic? For instance, in Australia, they mined uranium so unsustainably that now Indian part of Antarctic is polluted with uranium. So, and there is a study in Norway saying that the more literate you are in the basics of science, the less stressed you are about climate change because you know the science behind it and you know the probable and the most effective solutions. But literacy doesn't stop there. I know that many of the knowledge is delivered in a very hard to read and boring articles, which are like 20,000 words and published in something like Science or Lancet. But try to learn how to read those articles, maybe the only abstract. Abstract is your way to this paper, and know how to access, for example, IPCC reports, one of the most famous and the most reliable sources in climate science. Because
it's very long, about thousands of pages.
Yes, but there is always a summary for policymakers. Learn to read them, because a few days ago I saw an article about
hurricanes are becoming stronger and the catastrophe is inevitable. Half of the planet is going to be destroyed. But actually, if you go to IPCC report in a summary, this probability is only medium, which means it's 50-50. 50% is going to happen, 50% not. But social media is going to fearmonger you. And of course, if we see the anxiety level among the young people are scaling up, only because young people or even adults don't really read about science. They read more into newspapers that only attract attention. So sorry for my emotional speech, but I want to conclude it with, after all, environmental literacy is not just a set of knowledge, it's a part of you that can deliver this knowledge. I will repeat that we discussed today, the words of my lecture. If you cannot deliver the science you're studying or you're interested about to a person that has zero knowledge in it, then you're not a proper scientist. And a famous philosopher of classical German philosopher Immanuel Kant said, treat others, and of course he meant nature too, as you would like to be treated yourself. So yeah, if you want to be treated respectfully and with all care and love, learn more about nature, learn more about science and what's behind it. And nature is going to come to you and develop you too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dina, for your insights and for also like motivational speech. So I think that all of us in the room, we're going to go outside and hit to the APCC webpage to read all the all the like summaries and also the whole paper. And well, my question now goes to our last speaker, that is Darina. And you're one of this year's Youth 20 delegates. That is, is one of the groups that involves the youth in the G20 processes with the Indian presidency this year. The course is called Sustainable Leadership and Impact Management. Why such a title? How difficult was it to develop the course in a team representing different countries? Are there different cultural differences in the way young people in different countries understand sustainable development? What do you think?
Thank you, Nacho. Definitely, it's an interesting question. This year in Youth 20 final communique was mentioned the necessity for developing different educational courses on the topic of climate change, sustainability, and impact management. And that is why we developed an educational course named Sustainable Leadership and Impact Project Management. And also we understand that a lot of young people around the world want to launch their own impact projects, but maybe they don't have enough knowledge. Maybe then they don't have enough skills to do it. And we just wanted to help them to do it, wanted to help them to start their own projects with local impact, and maybe it can help, for example, to find the solutions for global problems in the future. And of course, during the developing of this program, we had some controversial questions because all of us are from different countries, and in our course we have 10 lessons and we have 10 great speakers, representatives of 10 countries. And it makes our program really diverse and really comprehensive. And that is why we had some issues working together. But I think that cultural differences and different background on our knowledge and our experience is our power, is power to find the solutions for global ecological and socio-economic problems. And that is why we need to unite and do it all together. And I also want to mention that this is the first time when youth of G20 countries united and moved from theoretical questions to real action and developed a real project that now is really important for youth and now is really in a good, have a great success among the youth, and now it can help to the different young societies to develop their own local projects, maybe to develop their local societies. And we really hope that it will help also indigenous communities to develop their own projects and maybe to develop their own impact projects. Thank you.
Thanks, Arina, for being our last speaker today. But now I would like to address to the audience, and we've just discussed about environmental education, like science, and I'll arrange all the topics. And another question is for you, dear listeners, the question is, what solutions can we bring as young leaders, and which input do you think that we can bring to our projects to offer to your society to develop the skills of the 21st century? What are your suggestions?
Sorry, can I be the first? Not
Okay,
from the
perfect.
audience, but yeah, not from the listeners, but I would add to this discussion is that I found on this COP these stickers, which are saying, let's say, they are fear-mongering everyone about nuclear energy. And that's what I was talking about. If you learn more about physics, chemistry, a bit of engineering, then you'll know that this thing is not true. And what Rosatom does and our team is nuclear education and educating people to become smarter and to disown and disagree with ideas like that and propagate a real, effective, sustainable solutions and not to propagate anti-science and I think total false, which can only fearmonger and bring more and more young people to despair. So if you want to see, it's here. You can look at them up. But I think that's the mission of Impact Team. That's what we are fighting with. And I hope we will not see such things in the next COPs. Yeah, the word to you, audience.
Everything what we are talking now, to my mind, is the main important thing what we have to do to make education available for everyone. And to my mind, it will be main input into the developing sustainable future. And what you are doing, your special programs, your special projects, first of all, in available education for the children's and attracting them into the STEM, because you have to know the science well to understand, is it true or no? And I wish in the new year to a new COP to present your real, and I know you have a real great project, the first result, and it will be the real first impact into the sustainable future.
Можно на русском или на английском?
Can I speak English? Okay. Okay. My name is Zhenya Khamulina. We already know each other. I represent Kazakhstan. So one of the solutions to me is to use, for example, green institutes, green campuses all over the countries, European countries, US. So I would suggest creating maybe a common platform for green campuses to unite, to exchange their experience first I was speaking about education. It should not be just available, it should be open to everyone. So, and based on my experience, because I have worked at different universities, studied in different countries, I can confirm that exchange and experience in educational field is of crucial importance. Thank you so much. My name is Elena Gorokhova, NGO Echo Russia. So we have a lot of experience in creating education platforms for pupils, Echo Class for green campuses. There's also this platform of my great interest. This is ecowiki.ru, which offers green solutions. It has a lot of materials, data. It would be great to actually exchange this experience and data. Maybe through the platform, we could make our contribution to this, maybe start a common project, because there is also the educational platform. So we could maybe upload these educational courses on this common platform. Maybe also other countries could join us. That would be great to exchange this education and materials. We could provide ours, and we would be happy to see the materials from other countries. Maybe we could just create this, build this platform which is accessible for many countries, which is like a wiki platform for everybody to be able to upload materials there.
If you don't mind, I want to comment the first question about green universities. There is also different international communities like GAUK, for example, Global Alliance of Universities on Climate, and they develop mutual different programs and different approaches, but unfortunately Russian universities are not there for now. We have our Green Universities Alliance inside our country, but we are not in international countries, in international programs. I know that this is important and totally understand, and maybe this is a really important question, because we need to develop international programs all together to unite our experience and our knowledge. Thank you.
And now, in the last round of opinions, I would like to address to the speakers. And in 1 minute, I would like for you to tell me what do you see as the most important task for you and your team in terms of developing young leaders to create and maintain a sustainable and green future for our planet? Because I see that the COP is a place for where the ambitions of different stakeholders, such as parties, businesses, governments, and more, they express there were solutions, and they express the solutions and the most urgent problems that they have through dialogue. But yeah, I repeat, what do you see as the most important task for you and your team in terms of developing these young leaders to keep with the agenda and maintain a sustainable and green future for our planet? What do you see in the future? And please be very brief in 1 minute. What do you think, each one of you?
To my mind, I answered before, and my main task for the next year to make the education available, to launch the joint energy education with our partners, and open our OpenStack project for the BRICS countries, and to get the first result together with Impact team in the next year. And I'm absolutely sure that your project gets a real bright result, because I see how your attitude to this task. And if we do each other more step in the direction of available and open green education, the more people will be educated and could different what's true or no. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so given the region I'm coming from, I already mentioned the importance of capacity building programs. But looking ahead, I believe a crucial topic should be addressed, which is the intersection between the accessing to finance and capacity building for young in the realm of sustainability for sure. So it's fantastic to equip youth, our young leaders with the required skills, such as the Mission Impact Initiative, but it's also important to give them access to finance, to support them financially, to be able to implement impactful projects. The aim should be to let the youth not only dream for a better future, but also to make it happen by this intersection. So yeah, that's it for me.
Okay, so I think a lot has been said and I definitely agree with what's been said. I would like to give a very general and broad comment. I think this year, the COP, the focus is more on action. So I think we've done a lot of talking. There's been a lot of discussion. There's been a lot of debate, and we might have our own viewpoints. But I think what's critical right now is to take action, make sure you take active steps in how we can actually go ahead and implement the projects that we have. I think that one of the examples we saw today, but there's going to be much more that's going to be coming up in the next year with Mission Impact, and all our projects are going to go live. I think that's where you can actually see the implementation of the work that we're doing. So yeah, just take action.
As for me, it would be launch our project in Kazakhstan. Firstly, film the educational course on nuclear energy for everyone. So welcome on our YouTube. And then launch atomic classes called Atomikos all across Kazakhstan to facilitate STEM education in children. And we hope to see in the next year more smarter, illiterate, and I think positively thinking about nuclear and not buying this fear-mongering message children all across Kazakhstan. Yeah.
Thank you. For me, it will be plans according to the course. We are going to develop our course to cover more topics to answer the demand of our participants. It already has 4 models, but we think it's not enough. And also, we are going to have a meeting for our alumni, in-person meeting. And also, nowadays, we're trying to get accreditation of our course in the United Nations systems, maybe. And this could be also a part of my answer to Yelena, our second speaker from the audience, that we are going to develop this platform as a platform of solutions and some not only educational programs, but other opportunities for youth. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having joined this session. I think we have discussed like a range different of topics, like from nuclear education, environmental education, well, technology, and all other different things. But it's not over, because before that, we want to invite you to go to the page and to see and to look for this course that he has taken a lot of like time, investment, funding, and energy from different professionals, and the main objective is for them, these professionals, to see other professionals being developed over time, and also especially in these developing countries, because we need action, we need people that are interested about these things. And well, I would like to for the video to be there, a video about the World Youth Festival. No? Okay. So there's a video, but I would like to, apart from for looking for the course on internet, I would like for you to also to see where the World Youth Festival is going to be. They're in Sirius in the south of Russia next March, from when to the 7th of March. That's very important because it brings together young people from all over the world. I think it's a very important space for us to discuss about different topics, and I'm sure that climate is going to be one of them. Thank you so much. Yeah, group photo.
Thank you, everyone. And the next session is going to start earlier by 15 minutes at 3:45. And it's going to be covering the women agenda in the climate change. It's called the Global Women Climate Call. So keep waiting, and we're looking forward to seeing you at the audience. Thank you.
Hey, hey, hey, hey, check, check, check.
Okay, thank you very much for being with us today. We'd like to invite everybody to take their seats as we are starting the Global Women's Climate Call, one of the sessions of our program dedicated to Women Agenda. And I would like to invite everybody, please proceed to have your seats. And I would like to pass over the microphone to a member of Impact Team founder of Africa for Nuclear, Princess Ntombeni, who's going to be moderating this session. Princess.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone. As I have already been introduced, Princess Ntombeni. I am a member of Impact Team and a founder of Africa for Nuclear. I'd like to welcome all of you here, dear colleagues, where we are discussing the most pressing climate change challenges and the role that is being played by women environmental leaders from different countries to address them. Thank you so much. I would like to invite all the speakers on stage to take the seat. Thank you and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, women's role in sustainable development is becoming ideologist of ecological thinking. They launch environmental actions and movements, implement environmental initiatives, create green technologies, and head ESG departments in cooperation. Women are ready to offer a careful and conscious attitude towards nature based on their specific experience and unique skills. They recognize the importance of environmental conservation, careful usage of resources, and the transition to a circular economy. Sustainable development requires innovation and technological solutions, and women, by offering a creative perspective and taking an active part in these processes, can make a valuable contribution to the creation of a sustainable and environmentally responsible economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the global women's climate call reflects the importance of bringing together women from different countries to combat climate change, calling for broad dialogue and cooperation to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This open dialogue will serve as a platform to actualize the global environmental agenda, presenting major environmental initiatives and bringing together women leaders who are setting environmental trends around the world. Today, this session will discuss key issues of conscious consumption, present projects and technologies in the field of environmental protection, and outline the most pressing challenges and areas of work in the field of global environmental development. With us in this very same room are women representatives from the environmental community and high-tech corporations from Russia, South Africa, India, and Indonesia. We know that each country has its own unique climate challenges and opportunities. Sharing the experiences of different countries will allow us to understand what methods are already proving effective and what measures can be taken to combat climate change. This exchange of experience will not only allow us to learn the best practices, but will also inspire us to create new strategies and methods that can be adapted and implemented in each country. Together, we can create a strong support and learning network to help combat climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. Her name is Alexander Rabicki, a co-founder of the Foundation for the Support and Development of Women Initiatives, Association of Women in Nuclear Industry, who is also my dear friend. I will hand it over to you. Alexander, you will answer the question of you'll broadly explain to us or give us an insight on your experience of building a professional women's community, and what place do environmental activities or initiatives occupy in the community, in the community's activities. Thank you.
Спасибо большое за вопрос. Я очень рада.
Thank you so much for this question. I'm very happy that we are together here today to talk about the input, the role of women in the global climate agenda. First of all, let us cite some stats, because this is very important for the climate agenda. It's actually true that the women set trends in this field, and traditionally this is related to the fact that women are historically very much concerned about the nature, creating favorable conditions for them, for their families, for future generations. I think the care, the respect towards the natural resources are the characteristics traditionally attributed to women. If we think about the Nobel Prize for environment protection, among the 200 candidates, 60% is represented by women. So we do think that the climate agenda still have the female face, because women also found enterprises taking care about environment and base them on sustainable development principles, and they are now developing new technologies which help us implement green economy, take part in the work of scientific institutes. We could go on and on. But why does it happen like this? Because the climate agenda is the professional and social issue. And of course, everybody knows that women are highly involved in the sectors covering these activities. So a lot of top managers and employees of the companies in charge of sustainable development are women. And if you look at the stats produced by the universities training climate-related experts, you can see that a huge number, high percentage is represented by women. So with the support of the state corporation Rosatom, have been developing this professional women's society for the past 8 years. It now includes more than 3,000 experts from 19 foreign countries as well. One of the most important directions of our activities, the creation of the Committee for Cultural Development, so green development. So we unite different companies and help them make their offices greener. We do a lot of training. We also talk about waste management, and we think that our mission in the climate-related agenda is to show the role models and to promote the principles of green economy. in the framework of the Neva ecological progress that took place this spring in St. Petersburg, our northern capital. For the first time, we had a dialogue between the women leaders of the green agenda. We call them eco-ambassadors. So the girls, the women, represented their projects related to different points. So the climate agenda, we are talking about the international dialogues, helping huge corporations to implement sustainable development goals, representation of small and medium enterprises now producing green packaging and this green food. So the climate agenda actually offers a very wide spectrum for professional expression, for women expression. So we have it all started during in St. Petersburg at this Congress. So we first started talking about this principles, and we have been carrying on implementing these principles since then. We are represented at the Eurasian Women Forum, where we are in charge of the agenda or the women in high tech. This year we had this photo exhibition, the female face of green ecology. So we did this to represent different professionals who are in charge of these important issues, enabling us to carry on with this dialogue, because we know that all the climate-related challenges should not be solved locally, but internationally, globally, I dare say, because a lot of our projects actually involve women from high tech solving these climate-related issues. So our female cooperation under Rosatom is actually ready to share our experience, our skills. I think our today's dialogue, Women and Climate Call, is a very great example proving that this is our global issue that needs to be solved globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. Okay, there's a problem with this. Let me take it off. I think Alexandra has helped set the tone for us for today. Thank you so much. Rosatom activities are strongly represented globally. And I speak for everyone, I believe, in this room, if I say we fully support the development of the global dialogue of women, especially in terms of the environmental agenda. Thank you again, Alexandra. Colleagues, as we continue with our discussion today, I'd like to introduce the next speaker. But before I do that, I would like to acknowledge our participants who have joined us online. I hope they can hear us. To everyone online, good afternoon and welcome once again. The next speaker is Nanya Bohla Mueller, who is the Executive Director, Development, State Capacity and Ethics Unit, Human Science Research Council of South Africa. And Nina, where's Nina?
Yes,
Nina, can you hear us?
I'm Indonesia.
I will hand it over to you, but let me first ask you a question. Okay, Nina, the concept of just energy transition, which is very famous in South Africa, is gaining increasing attention in different countries as the world speaks to address climate change while ensuring social equity and economic stability. What does just energy transition mean to South Africa and the globe at large?
Thank you very much for the question. Is this working? To my South African colleague chairing the panel, it is good to be here. I think the important thing to say is that we have a central issue that we need to remember when we speak about these things, and that is that we need to protect this planet for future generations. And so whenever we talk about climate change or disaster risk management or just economic transition, we need to keep these things in mind. So in South Africa, the president has an implementation plan for a just energy transition. This is a transition from coal to renewable energy, preferably wind or solar, and also a shift towards green hydrogen energy within the context of critical challenges facing Africa. So green hydrogen is a very important topic of conversation in South Africa today when we talk about the just energy transition. We know that coal creates risks for communities within South Africa and coal mining communities and all over the world. Environmental water and air pollution causes severe health risks. And in South African courts, there have actually been class actions against coal mines that have caused illnesses and that have been successful. So it is taken very seriously. We do need to move. We also have an energy crisis in South Africa. So this is a difficult situation for us. We have power cuts called load shedding. I don't know if you've heard about them. At the moment, we are experiencing about 6 to 8 hours of power outage per day. And you can imagine what this is doing to our economy, to investment in South Africa, what it is doing to unemployment, especially in the informal sector, as well as the tourism sector, small, medium enterprises. It adds to poverty and inequality that we are experiencing in South Africa. And so what happened during the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, that suffering still continues because of the energy crisis that we have. So we do need to talk about just energy transition, but it's important to talk about it as just, equitable, and fair. So the adverse effects on this, on workers, needs to be taken into consideration. We cannot have a system where workers lose their opportunities for jobs and become unemployed without going towards a new set of skills, a new set of opportunities for employment. And so this needs to be done very, very carefully with informed decision-making. In South Africa at the moment, we are, as I say, looking towards the future and the future of renewables, including green or hydrogen energy, but only an alarming 25% of South Africans know what just energy transition means in terms of our research. And so therefore, before moving forward or as moving forward, we need to make sure that there is awareness and education in our country about the just energy transition. Fortunately, knowledge of climate change has climbed from 13% in 2007 to 50% in 2017. So we have more knowledge in our country about climate change than we did before. We cannot leave anyone behind. The role of civil society, women, youth, and the trade unions cannot be over or understated, especially in Africa, where we have so many vulnerable and marginalized communities, and where women bear the brunt of what is happening in terms of the climate and in terms of the fact that we do not have the energy necessary to do what we need to do to live, to survive. So we need to look at these questions carefully. We need to use our intelligence to think through them intellectually, but also passionately, and share insights and collaborate fervently, because we are all facing this problem together, and we all need to find a way to a renewable energy future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nina. Narnia. Okay, sorry for butchering your name. I have so much to say about South Africa's just energy transition, for today, I just keep quiet. I'll just keep quiet. But dear colleagues, as we continue with our discussions, I would like to introduce the speaker who is joining us online. Okay. All right. Okay, we will move to the next speaker, Karina Kadyrova. Karina, how does climate change impact Indonesian women?
Уважаемые участники сегодняшней дискуссии, благодарю за
Dear
возможность.
participants of today's discussion, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. As we know, climate change is a very serious problem which impedes and hampers and puts in danger the sustainable development of our whole platform. We're facing an extinction of many kinds of animals, and this endangers us people as well. We have some greenhouse gas emissions that are caused by the development of agriculture and industry, and there are other consequences of human activities. It's obvious that if we do not take urgent action, the consequences will be quite devastating. If we're to be successful in that, we need to elaborate on steps towards sustainable development. I need to emphasize the environmental education of the growing generation. Every one of us needs to take action, to take responsibility for climate change, for the future of our planet, to prevent further devastation and to foster a more sustainable way of life for everyone. That is why we're using educational projects aimed at a more sustainable use of environment. We are educating children on simple examples. We show them how we could use, for example, planting trees or other things, how they can help preserve the environment. So I call upon everyone to secure our future by contributing to those processes. We cannot ignore the imminent threats of African countries, many of which face different challenges related to economies and the social sphere. That's why we need to support the African continent. I'm really grateful to the head of the Republic of Chechnya, Ramzan Kadyrov, that our republic is actively involved in those processes. Our foundation, Ahmad Kadyrov Foundation, is helping the people in the African continent. There are mosques, there are wells that are being under the auspices of the Republican government. We have a campaign that means that the children of the Chechen Republic donate food and clothes and textbooks, pens and pencils for the children in Africa. Apart from that, we've had capital renovation of some clinics, hospitals, and we have 150 children that we have helped in Africa. We've bought medicines, medications for them. And after the summit between Russia and Africa, we have supported the students from the Republic of Guinea. Guinea, and we have also invited doctors from Guinea to study to make internships in Republic of Chechnya. When we have also conducted a philanthropic campaign for African children, and the Chechen Republic will help African children in the future as well. Our foundations are welcoming other forms of cooperation, and we are ready to further collaborate with different African organizations. Even small steps can bring lots of changes, and every one of us has an opportunity to contribute to the preservation of our planet and development of our human capital. I hope that our discussion today will be a driver to improve the state of our planet. Thank you so much. Can we just include the film to expand on Karina's speech, please?
Is it a video? Yeah. All right. I'm going to introduce you properly because they mix of my news.
Can we have a video film? Can you show a film in expansion of Karina's speech?
Julia, are you hear me?
Юлия, пожалуйста, выключите микрофон.
Okay. All right. Can
Could you
I
please switch off the microphone?
Okay.
Вам необходимо на экране отключить иконку микрофона.
You need to switch off the microphone, please, on your screen.
Can I start? Hello.
Thank you so much, Karina, for sharing your initiatives that you do on the African continent in relation to climate change. We truly appreciate you. Karina is the chief of the preschool education department at the City Hall of Grozny. Please give her a round of applause one more time. I'm going to proceed to the next speaker who is also here with us. I think the last speakers will be those who are joining us online. The next one is Gulnara Pigulova. Thank you for joining us. And I would like to ask a question of what professions are in demand in the green economy today. Gulnara is the Deputy Director General at the Corporate Academy of Rosatom. Thank you.
Thank you, Princess. If nobody minds, I will continue in Russian. Я продолжу на русском.
I will continue speaking in Russian.
Everybody is prepared, and our interpreters are doing nice job interpreting.
Today I would start my speech with the words of the General Secretary of the United Nations, who said that the task of this COP28, now there's momentum for action. So now there's lots of discussion going on environmental topics, but we are lacking certain projects, certain efforts in order to achieve agreements between some countries, some stakeholders, and the ladies are doing a lot to change the situation. And if we talk about Rosatom, the first thing that we do is they choose to work at Rosatom, a technological company that's working in the sphere of nuclear energy. We have about 120,000 ladies as experts. They do their job, and they are dealing with the situation worldwide. They make clean energy available in remote regions of the world. Wherever Rosatom works, people have more opportunities. Our ladies work in every organization in the atomic industry. We have 400 organizations that design nuclear power plants. They do research, they operate power plants, and they occupy different expert positions as professionals. That's very important. As it has been said, apart from that, ladies do resolve issues that seem to be not possible to resolve. And the head of our sustainable development, Paulina Leon, is here. She also developed the program of our pavilion, and our girls, our ladies, develop projects where you need to negotiate, where you need to look for creative solutions, for non-trivial solutions for different programs. We have ambassadors for social projects, leaders of social projects. 80% of the ambassadors, the people that deal with the most important tasks, to make it comfortable for everyone to resolve environmental issues. That's what our girls are doing, and they do it in an informal context. The girls choose to influence other people, so other people also make more informed decisions environmentally. They do it in several ways. They do it via their families, via their children. They raise their children in the appropriate way. They promote appropriate traditions. They do so via our colleagues, via our collaborators, employees. In terms of environmental solutions, it's more informed when our ladies make decisions on where they choose the next place for their house. The environmental parameters are on place one: comfort, environment, environmental friendliness.
Следующее поколение, про то, что действительно в каких
So the
условиях
ladies are thinking about next generations, about the conditions in which their next generations will be living. And that's why when our ladies choose the future for their families, for themselves, they're making their bet on environmental solutions in terms of nature, in terms of developing themselves and their family. If we talk about Rosatom,
30% сотрудников это женщины.
30% of our employees are women, 1/3. We are we're doing our best to make them develop their talent, so that in our company we develop an environment conducive to creativity, to doing the right things. Alexandra has told us about our ladies community. That's a project that's being developed inside Rosatom. We're also implementing educational programs where we make it possible for our ladies to develop their potential. We have an invisible force, invisible woman project that means that the professional world has been designed for men. Male professionals find it easier to develop, and we help ladies to thrive and to better understand this world, this professional world of men, of professionals. Our ladies, our employees work with young generations, and we find it important to attract young people to the atomic industry. And our people have mentor sessions at universities. They come to universities, they tell the story of how it feels to work in the atomic industry, what opportunities we have, what professions we have. And going back to Princess's question, I can tell you that there are green skills, and every one of us has to have a green thinking, making decisions about our own professional activities. We need to think about the future of the planet, of the company, the future of our children. This kind of thinking, this green culture needs to be present in every one of us. And the green skills are absolutely universally applied to every one of us, every skilled person. I would like to wrap up with the words of Antonio Gutierrez. So whenever we give the ladies access, and whenever we empower ladies, the lady can can implement those opportunities 300%. So an investment into the ladies are the best kinds of investment into environmental development, environmental sustainability, because the ladies have the power to make the impossible possible. And we can see that on the instance of Rosatom. Our employees, our lady employees, have initiated and conducted 400 different activities, and each lady that has a professional background, that can negotiate with anyone, can make lots of change, can make a lot of difference she can contribute to the development of a greener world. And it seems that an investment into ladies is a very appropriate investment in terms of our future. And that's where I will finish. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gulnara. I think many of us know the good work that you do via Rosatom Corporate Academy, and I know many Africans that have benefited through your programs. So thank you. I'm going to move to the speaker online. Her name is Priti Daruka, who is the founder of Program for Women's Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Priti, if you can hear us, please just greet us.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you and welcome. I would like to ask a question of what the India's G20 declaration tells and what that means for women and climate justice. And what unique climate projects involving women in your country could you highlight? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be part of this panel. And Princey, with your permission as the moderator, if I may just take a slight different approach and talk more about the renewable energy project in Asia funded by the various IFI, particularly the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, and looking at the gender analysis. And if time permits, I'll be very happy to come back to the G20 Delhi Declaration and what's in store in there going forward on women and climate. Okay, so I wanted to just reiterate some of the things which the moderator as well as other speakers have perhaps spoken about. It is important to note that women and girls are adversely affected by lack of access to clean, renewable modern energy, as well as are impacted by climate change. But many women are also climate champions, especially rural women, indigenous women, through the practices of sustainable production and consumption systems. It is also important to note that based on prescribed gender roles and cultural norms, women energy needs are also different from those of men. Access to clean energy can lessen the time and effort women spend on tasks such as fuel, wood, and water collection, particularly in the global south. This in turn leaves more time for productive activities, including education, income generation, improvement in overall health and well-being. Women also need access to energy as workers, entrepreneurs, farmers, and producers to support all the economic activities. Women also have knowledge and skill to play a critical role in mitigating climate change by facilitating the shift to renewables, particularly in leading and supporting the delivery of off-grid renewable energy solution. It's therefore essential that gender-related concerns are at the center of both climate change mitigation and adoption efforts. Women should be recognized as key stakeholders, and their energy needs and women's leadership and role should be meaningfully included in determining energy sector project plans, development models, etc. This will be simultaneously increase women's ability to adapt to climate change. We all know the Paris Agreement is a landmark agreement in the multilateral climate change process because for the first time, a binding agreement brings all nations into a common cause to undertake ambitious effort to combat climate change and adapt to its effect. The agreement also provides a path for development finance to follow low greenhouse gas emission and climate resilient development. World, however, cannot reach the goal of Paris Agreement without engaged involvement of women and girls. Therefore, there is a critical need to empower women and girls in this process. Women play a critical role in responding to climate change, and their voices, knowledge, perspective, and expertise cannot be excluded. Disappointedly, it's a real pleasure to be part of this all-women panel, and I really want to appreciate the organizers' effort. However, disappointedly, women are barely there. Women and women's reality are barely reflected in COP28 spaces and negotiations, as has been shared by Azra Talat from Pakistan, who's been attending COP28 right now. In the first week of COP28, the absence of women leaders and representatives has become apparent during the family photo opportunity, where only 15 out of 133 world leaders attending are women. That is mere 11% of representation. Climate, of course, is a global issue. It's a cross-border issue. Multi-development banks or international financial institutes, IFIs, have an obligation and therefore a critical role to play, not just in climate finance, but also in providing technical assistance knowledge. There's a clear increase in IFI's action in this space. For example, the joint multi-development bank methodological framework on how to work collectively to align their financing with goals of Paris Agreement are some positive initiatives. MDBs have each year surpassed the climate finance target of American dollars of 50 billion for low middle income countries set by the UN Secretary General Climate Action Summit in 2019. This year, the IFI climate finance has already passed $100 billion. These are very positive for sure. Several IFIs, including the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank or AIIB, focuses on financing large renewable projects to support production of clean modern energy for equal access and distribution. AIIB is the second largest bank today, just behind World Bank, and started operations in 2016. So it's one of the youngest bank too. 2016 was just after the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. BRICS Feminist Watch, which is a Global South feminist alliance across the Global South, since 2022 have particularly been monitoring AIIB's energy sector projects from a gender perspective. AIIB in its corporate strategy does commit to SDGs, including SDG 5 on gender equality and SDG 7 on energy access. When we talk about climate action, energy sector holds the key as it is the largest contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, production, distribution of energy is critical to climate solutions. But the key question is, how are gender concerns integrated in these energy projects? And do women and girls benefit from these projects equally? And do women have equal access to clean energy? BRICS Feminist Watch developed 10 gender indicators to assess AIIB's energy projects. AIIB has funded 52 projects till now, that is in the 7 years it has been in operation in energy sector in about 23 countries. And the total funding on this is close to $8 billion. $8 billion in 23 countries and 52 projects. BRICS Feminist Watch research shows that almost half of all AIIB projects approved AI energy sector projects since 2016 lack any mention of gender commitments in its project documentation. The root of gender blindness lies in the fact that AIIB has to date not developed a gender policy or a gender strategy. So it's a very ad hoc approach that the bank has in its energy sector. It looks at infrastructure in a very gender neutral way. And we know energy, as the other speakers have shared, energy is not a gender, it's a gendered issue. AIIB in November, yes. I'm so sorry. Yes, so I'll just wrap up with my recommendations if I can do that. So our key recommendations for all IFIs such as AIIB is that all IFIs should develop a gender policy. They should have a gender action plan for each project, which should be mandated. They should monitor gender and have clear gender targets and gender indicators. They should make sure in their Paris alignment methodology, gender is inclusive. They should promote gender indicators and gender action plan in all projects in all stages and ensure women's active engagement in all project-related activities. Thank you so much, and my apologies for running over time.
speaker, and I'd like to introduce to you the next speaker. Her name is Yuli Silalahi. Yuli, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. She is a chef.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, as we know that climate change has extraordinary impact on Indonesia women, among others, in security in food, health and sanitation, access to clean water, migration and conflict, and social and economic roles, and also vulnerability against gender-based violence. So that those variants, this impact the lives of women, especially violent survivors. So women acting as a head of the family and pre-prosperous women, whose conditions can be worsened by climate change challenges. So in response to the complex challenges of climate change, we emphasize the importance of women's key role in mitigating and adapting to climate change, including integrating and determining the role of women and other vulnerable groups in national and regional policies and programs also. So things that are deemed necessary to be considered include the role of women, the manager of natural resources, and women access to education, health, and training. Furthermore, the promotion of gender equality in decision making at the community, regional, national, and even international levels should also be considered. So to support women's roles in preserving the environment and handling the impact of climate change. So we have the program is implementing a human development that targets women, the grassroots community through Sri Kandi Sungai Indonesia community. This is moreover, this program is developing women-friendly and child-caring villages in which from 8 of 10 indicators contribute to effort to pressure nature and handle the impact of the climate change. So all this program that will make sure there's no woman, girls left behind. Thank you.
To move on to the last speaker, who's also joining us online. Her name is Sibulele Nomalubi Poswayo. Sibulele, please greet us if you can hear us. And Sibulele is a South African delegate to the Women's G20, W20, and a chairperson and founder of Movement Against Inequality. Sibulelo, in your opinion, what are the most promising women's environmental initiatives in South Africa? And how do you see the participation of African women in the fight against environmental issues? Briefly, please. I think Sibulele has lost the connection. I think we've reached the end of our session today. Thank you so much for joining us. And I think that today, through examples of initiatives led by women leaders from different countries, we have actualized the challenges of the global environmental agenda and identified strategic vectors to address them. Please give our speakers a round of applause. Thank you. It was a pleasure having you all here. Enjoy your afternoon.
So, dear friends, I think we are ready to start our session. Youth initiatives for northern ecosystem conservation for climate change mitigation. And first of all, I would like to thank all speakers as well as listeners of our session. And before we begin, let me introduce our speakers. Brian Fang, Government Relation Manager for Dean Lands and Resources Management at Athabasca Chippewa First Nation, Canada. Okay. Timofeev Konstantin, leader of the student track of the Regional Public Movement Friends of Protected Areas, Russia. Daniel Caceres, marine biodiversity expert, Peru. Zaripova Irina, a mentor of the All-Russian Olympiad of School Children in Ecology, Russia. Pritam Biswas, Senior Manager of Engineers India Limited, and also part of Yango and Global Partners Network. Arseniy Kirgizov-Barsky, BRICS Youth Energy Agency Assistant Chairman. And Alexander Yabych, Co-Chair of the All-Russian Ecological Movement Ecosystem. And first of all, I would like to say that the protection, management, and restoration of ecosystems are key mitigation potentials. And climate change and loss of biodiversity are both just parts of the global crisis facing the world today. They must be addressed together if we are to advance the Sustainable Development Goals and ensure a sustainable future for all. And northern territories are particularly fragile and unique, and they are degraded at a rapid pace. So experts are gathered here today on one of the core themes of the convention, the mitigation of climate change. And young generation's perspective on sustainable and protected ecosystems is particularly interesting, especially since the decade is dedicated to the restoration of ecosystems. And the main question of our panel will be, do you often hear about protected areas in matters of climate change? Because as usual, according to the work of Friends of Protected Areas in Russia, we had a global international case championship, and none of youth teams could give an accurate answer to the question of how protected areas and youth projects can be dedicated to combat climate change. At the same time, environmental problems are increasingly interconnected and require integrated responses. So let us now move on the discussion. And first, I would like to ask Brian. Brian, you interact with the government on a daily basis and have the opportunity to assess whether the protected areas are being considered globally in addressing climate change. And tell us about your First Nation experience in addressing the region's climate problems.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. And the great introduction in the context of the problem. So my name is Brian Fung, and I work for the Athabasca Chippewa First Nation in Treaty 8 territory in Northern Alberta in what is now called Canada. So First Nations in Canada have constitutionally protected rights. It's one of the things that we need to first mention when we're talking about this discussion about climate change, about climate justice, about protecting certain areas. So I want to start first talking a little bit about Canada as a whole. So some of you may know that Canada actually hosted COP15 last year on biodiversity and conservation in Montreal. When they had it, they had a really big announcement, which was $800 million for 4 IPCAs, IPCAs, Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas. And so it was quite the announcement from Canada to showcase, I think, at the international level, what Canada wants countries to see and how they want countries to kind of lead the way and how Canada might be able to do that working with Indigenous people. But I'm here to talk a little bit about some of the struggles that Indigenous communities have in Canada, some of the jurisdictional issues that exist. And so in Canada, we need to understand that natural resource development is under the jurisdiction of the provinces. So when we look at conserved areas, when we look at resource development, it actually falls to the province to control those things. So we have Canada here at the federal level and at the international level making these promises, these commitments, signing into these agreements, these international conventions like the Paris Agreement 2015, as well as UNDRIP. But then when you look at how that actually gets implemented on the ground in Canada, it is a very different story, because you have Canada that implements something and the provinces immediately will say that is out of your jurisdiction. It is not something you have control over, and they will in fact will sue the federal government in order to say this is unconstitutional. And so Indigenous communities in Canada, like Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation, they're stuck in this place where we are exerting our sovereignty. We are looking to both expand conserved areas, and I'll talk about a couple of examples in a minute, as well as stopping the destruction on the landscape from continued industrial development. And we're here, our delegation this time, to really highlight some of those struggles within the Canadian context. We fully recognize that in theory, on paper, Canada is very strong at advocating for Indigenous rights and Indigenous perspectives within international conventions. But again, there are issues with that translation to implementation and how that impacts Indigenous communities on the ground. And so a couple of examples talking about those conserved areas that I wanted to give is in fighting the destruction. There is a fen, I'm going to leave it unnamed for kind of confidentiality reasons, but there is a fen within Treaty 8 traditional territory that is ACFN members' traditional territory that is very, very unique. It actually stores anywhere between 8 million and 35 million tons of CO2. And the Alberta government, which again controls natural resource development, has approved splitting the mine in half, or splitting the fen in half, literally putting up a wall and effectively, from our perspective, hoping for the best. There is no model that shows that this is going to work. There is no plan that shows this is going to work. It's largely a gamble, and our nation won't stand for it. So we are actively working on protecting certain areas like those, which are huge carbon storage, natural carbon storage hubs. But additionally to that, ACFN also works on initiatives to create conservation areas, such as the Kataskanunuenene Wildland Park, as well as working with an industry partner that had an application for a project, which fell through for whatever reason, political reasons, economic reasons. And they've now come to the nations and said, this very large project footprint, this application, we actually want to see it transferred to Indigenous control in order to conserve it into the future. And we are meeting some very, very strong resistance from the provincial government. And so these are a couple of examples of how ACFN kind of looks to expand its reach, to kind of protect the land, to steward the land as they have for over 10,000 years. And we look forward to continuing that work. I think my time is probably good.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's perfect same management.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
I think having partners and friends for the protected areas, it's really crucial right now. So right now, I would like to address the question to Timothy Konstantin. And can young people really contribute to the preservation of the Northern Territories and mitigation projects?
Всем добрый уже вечер. Спасибо за предоставленное слово.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to first of all talk about the projects implemented by our interregional office. And so I'm one of the coordinators of the student branch, which is which has been recently implemented. We mostly do educational programs, but this also helps us attract youth and involve them in scientific work. So originally our projects are school students, pupils oriented, but there are really no limits. So we have seen actually all ages joining our projects. And speaking about our results, we have improved our results greatly thanks to the youth involvement. And right now, the number of participants has increased like tenfold, and this is great news, actually. And speaking about Northern Territories, we are trying to pay very close attention to these territories because 1/3 of our country belongs to Arctic territories, and we are trying to educate young people and show them the beauty of the northern nature and the importance of preserving these unique ecosystems. Our projects are mostly volunteer actions on the reserved territories, protected territories. We also organize some expeditions, very rarely, but actually every expedition is thoroughly prepared. And we also try to promote the importance of wild nature through games, because we have our team developing these games which help us attract the youth and tell them through play how important that is to preserve natural resources and how limited they are, and how important it is for us to actually act jointly in order to preserve nature and achieve better results. And speaking about the expeditions, we have seen a great trend, because we can see that it's just not the environmental education that people are attracted to, but they also attracted by scientific side. We had a great example past summer. We had one of the expeditions in the Kinezersk protected park. It's between Karelia and Arkhangelsk region. It's one of the northern territories as well. So, and the most part of the team was formed by school children, and for most of them, it was actually the first time that they heard about the taiga, the northern territories, the animals living there. We had great feedback after that expedition. We're still receiving emails which tell us about the projects that the school children try to implement in their schools and their regional level. I think it was a great source of inspiration for them. We also had a very recent expedition in a national park, Krasnoyarsky Stolby. I think this is a very advanced, very modern park, one of those who are adapting to climate change. We have, in general, also the registers for these protected territories, where we include the number of protected species, and we do the monitoring, and this is a great basis for scientific research, and this is our tool also to track the climate change. And speaking about the Krasnoyarsky Salby Park, it actually hosted one of the first carbon super sites on the territory of a national park. And the last thing I would like to mention, because a lot of reserved areas actually need youth, the fresh vision, and these parks are ready to supply all they have, also the database they have acquired. Thank you, Konstantin.
research, I would like to ask Daniel Caceres. Daniel, you're in charge of marine biodiversity, and what mechanism is being proposed to protect it, and how to prioritize and achieve its objectives?
Thank you very much. I'm going to take this headphone out because I want to hear myself. Right now, we're at a period where marine biodiversity is greatly endangered. 251 million years ago, we had what's called the Permian extinction. And the Permian extinction, where 98% of marine animals went extinct because of one reason, which was greenhouse gases. We're going on a similar trend that is eventually going to get us to a kind of loss of biodiversity where we're going to get in the same way. The reason we had this biodiversity crisis 250 million years ago was because these greenhouse gases were so massive in the amount that they acidify the oceans. The oceans lost oxygen because warmer waters keep less oxygen. And also because the warmer waters didn't let animals be able to reproduce properly or for the calcium carbonate to store properly. And right now we're heading in a trend that's looking similar to the Permian extinction, which has been the biggest global extinction we've ever had in the history. Right now, we know that coral reefs, for example, are gonna be an ecosystem that's definitely gonna be lost. We are gonna lose coral reefs. It's gonna be an ecosystem that is gonna be lost because even if we stop greenhouse gases emissions today, we're still at around 0.6 of committed temperature rise. Right now we're at 1.1, so we're definitely going to get to 1.7 if we don't do any negative carbon sequestration methods. So coral reefs are going to be one ecosystem that we're going to lose. Another one of the ecosystems that we're going to lose is tropical glaciers. Peru is a country that has over 70% of tropical glaciers. We get most of our water from there. And it's an ecosystem that's definitely also going to be lost. In our ocean, what we're seeing right now is that it has not been including in much of the country's NDCs. As you guys know, there's the national determined contributions. So far, we know that we don't have enough national determined contributions, not even to reduce not even to get to 2 centigrades of increase, not even so less for 1.5. And out of all the NDCs that there are, less than 20% of the countries include ocean NDCs. And the ocean NDCs that are included do not see the ocean as a mitigator factor, but rather just see it as an adaptation measure for coastal community food and for food sources for people, but do not see the great potential that the ocean has. And why is the ocean such a great key factor? First of all, the ocean maintains over 90% of the excess heat that we have. It creates over 50% of the oxygen that we breathe and that we see. And it also sequesters great part of the CO2 emissions that we have. Marine biodiversity is essential role for the services of the ocean to be maintained. We need a healthy ocean, and by that we mean we need a healthy biodiversity assemblage in the ocean. What we need to be doing is we need to be reducing specifically bycatch in the majority of fisheries. The majority of fishing mechanisms that don't reduce bycatch eventually create a collapse in ecosystems. We need to be reducing all types of pollution, which means not only plastic pollution, but we really need to be cutting nutrient pollution, which mainly comes from agriculture, from nitrogen and phosphorus sources. We need to reduce oil pollution that eventually gets into the water, and other types of chemical pollution that comes even from wastelands in houses. And we need to be producing marine protected areas. We talked about the 30 by 30, which is in the Montreal Biodiversity Treaty that was on December. We have to reach 30% of protected areas. That is mainly because we need to reduce human stress factors in over 30% of the areas. In the majority of countries, we have not even reached 10%. In Peru, we have 6% of marine protected areas. We eventually try to reach to 10%, but we need to be reaching 30%. And the other thing that we need to be doing besides bycatching, reduce of pollution, which reduces of dead zones, promotion of MPAs, is we need to prevent future human activities for impacting the oceans to maintain services. And in that point, here's a critical, my last point on it is deep sea mining. I don't know if you guys have heard of deep sea mining, because we are going to need a transition to clean energy. We don't know where the minerals are definitely going to come from for the clean energy transition. So one of the discussions that's being talked about is that most of the minerals will most probably come from the deep sea. In the deep sea, there are meters and meters and meters of sediment that's carbon sequester and has been there for millions of years. If we go ahead and move forward with deep sea mining, all that carbon that has been sequestered will eventually be released back into the ocean column and probably be back into the atmosphere. So deep sea mining is an activity that should not occur unless we have got good science to be able to see it, and because it's in the least known ecosystem. So we also need to prevent human activities in the future that will affect deep sea ecosystems, because right now our ocean is our main ally. And if we go ahead with extractive activities, we may be able to turn it into our main enemy by a releaser.
Thank you so much, Daniel. I really think that up-to-date cutting-edge technology are crucial, as well as new methods in environmental science. But the most important factor, first of all, the most important question is how to make all people see these problems. So right now I want to ask Arina Zaripova. Arina, as an educator, please tell us what methods are most effective for capacity building in biodiversity conservation and climate change.
Добрый день, дорогие слушатели.
Good afternoon, dear audience. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. Thank you, moderator. I would like to talk about the training system for school children for our national ecology competition. This is a huge competition, which also implies not just like the deep scientific knowledge in various ecology-related fields, such as preserving biodiversity, climate change, but also it requires the philosophical assessment of all the challenges facing the humanity. I think the preparation process can be divided into theory and practice. So the theoretical preparation actually includes the updated scientific data. So we use scientific articles published by different biological stations located all over Russia, in central Siberia, in the Arctic territories covered in permafrost. We also should stress that as a systemic base, we use the general reports on climate changes impacting the biota, and we also go deeper into scientific articles in order to enrich our data in the field of the climate impact on biota. So this is a systemic approach, and also the species approach. The theory, but also to practice as well. And so in this field, we are talking about hands-on projects implemented by our students. So we're talking about the field research, maybe in the forests, in the fields, or lab research. For example, they can study bat populations in European forests, or for example, they can study butterflies on a specific area. They can modify rye in lab, for example, to improve its drought resistance. And so this is the input in science. So they also need to understand the importance of the existing challenges, and the need to act is also achieved through educational initiatives. For example, our students are involved and are hosting various games dedicated to protected areas. They prepare case studies, take part in scientific conferences, presenting their projects, and also to stay tuned on the current agenda. They also take part in the leading national forums. And the last point I would like to touch upon is that our students actually do everything they can to preserve our protected areas as volunteers. They do some field work, and they are participating in the association of the protected islands, France, and also our Moscow team decided not just to limit to like school children, because they've got 12,000 students involved in ecology competition, but we have also created a discussion club open to the students from all over Russia. So, and we have come through various reports, national, international reports, and organizations dealing with climate change. And then we had a discussion in order for everybody to be able to express their opinion, to form their opinion, and to also go deeper into the material. Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
We really need leaders and ambassadors to promote protected areas, to promote biodiversity issues, climate change, and that can be a solution. So right now, I would like to ask Pritam Biswas. Pritam, you may be called the leader of the youth movement in environmental projects, and could you tell us really briefly, what are the prospects for international youth cooperation on ecosystem conservation and climate change?
Thank you, Nadia. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pritam from India, as she has introduced me. Thank you for the kind introduction. Ecology preservation is really necessary for our survival, and the climate change ecology doesn't have a boundary. So why should youth cooperation should have a boundary? So youth can together form a group, form a network, do the innovative project, find the solution, find the problems, and the solution of one country can also provide solution of the problems of different countries. So youth can form a group, find solution, and do the pilot project, implement the solution, take the solutions to the corporates, and ask for funding. And that if the projects can be accepted, there are climate funds in UN, in each and every country, and this project can be implemented. Youth can also be part of a lot of youth groups and do the climate advocacy. They can help in capacity building also throughout the world. I'm also part of the few communities where I'm teaching youths, school children, and really youth can do a lot in international cooperation for this. And I would also like to talk about the necessary qualities that our youth need for environmental preservation. So I think the leaders should have the passion and willingness to do something in this regard. I think sitting in an air-conditioned environment is easy. Talk and discuss about the matters is really easy. It's more or less bookish, but what I feel is youth should go back to the pain areas, to the remote areas where the problem is. And there they can go learn about the issues and hear from the people who are facing the issues and find a solution, and then implement the solution in those areas. For example, I can give you an example of remote areas in India where there is no electricity for hundreds of years. Even now there is nothing because it's not connected to the grid. So those people in the night, what they do, They find the logs, they find the trees, they burn the trees for their light, for their power. So we went to those villages and find innovative solution. We developed a solar lantern, very low cost solar lantern. So at first we learned what is the problem, what is the kind of power needs, what will be the battery power for this. So we developed a very low cost solar lantern, and at first we learned, we developed, and then we taught the youths of that community to develop the same. So we taught them. Once we taught them, then we empowered them. We gave them some funding so that they can also make that. We made it more modular. So we empowered those youths to prepare the lantern by themselves, and thereby they started to manufacture them, and then they sold it to other villages nearby. So thereby what I feel is the first step is you learn it, then find a solution, you teach others, then you grow, and then you multiply. This is the way I think the solutions can propagate, and you'll be able to achieve what we need to achieve. So, and we also need to work not on the sympathy, but also on the empathy. So these are the things I think will help us to achieve the goal. The youth can achieve what is really necessary. And other leadership qualities that is always needed, but I believe that will and passion is very much required. And one more thing is what do youth needs? Youth needs job. So whatever solution we are trying to find, someone has to pay. So we need to find some solution which will also sell. For example, the solar lantern thing will really sell. So people will earn money and find a career out of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I know that you're a part of organization who creating that kind of projects, BRICS Youth and could you please thank you, BRICS Youth Energy Agency, and today we have Arsenij Kirgizov-Barsky, BRICS Youth Energy Agency Assistant Chairman, and I would like to ask you one question. Arsenij, as we are addressing biodiversity challenges in the North, tell us about your perspective of how these are reflected in the global climate and biodiversity governance.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm currently assistant chairman at the BRICS Youth Energy Agency, but in 2021, I was also a research fellow at Kobe University in Japan, which organized Polar Law Symposium on different biodiversity and climate interrelations in the Arctic. And back then I was asked to kind of make a research on what messages the global biodiversity conferences like COP28 in Kunming, and now Kunming, Montreal, because it was then due to pandemic moved to Montreal in Canada, and COP26 in Glasgow give to the Arctic governance. Well, I started to make a research together with my youth colleagues, youth researchers at Kobe University from all over the world. And we found out that actually the messages from these global framework conferences on biodiversity and climate are not direct to the Arctic governance. Of course, both of the conferences mentioned cryosphere and mentioned the need for protection of marine environment of land in the Arctic, but not only in the Arctic, but globally. And the Arctic, of course, is part of the global environment, but like direct messages were not there. But then I started to think a little bit out of this pattern. What if the Arctic itself has some messages to the global biodiversity protection? Because in the Arctic, there are actually governance regimes in place. Now, currently, they are, of course, experiencing some crisis due to geopolitical tensions and spillover effects. But the Arctic Council and its working groups are still operational. And there are several working groups that are working on biodiversity protection or monitoring of these issues. It is, for instance, CAF, Conservation of Arctic Flora and Fauna working group, which is closely interrelated with the Convention on Biological Diversity, and which also actively participated in making the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework real. And there are also two other working groups that are connected to the biodiversity protection, which are the Arctic Monitoring Assessment Program, AMAP, and PAIM, Protection of Arctic Marine Environment. So these working groups are having different projects that help to protect the Arctic marine biodiversity and land biodiversity, and that already use different practices that can help to protect the global biodiversity. For instance, they like already years ago, they introduced ecosystem-based approach in the governance of the Arctic environment, and they based on this approach, they were already developing their national strategies, for protecting land and seas and ocean there. When it comes to the indigenous knowledge, which was also highlighted here on the panel, in the Arctic Council, there are actually 6 organizations that represent the indigenous peoples of the Arctic present. They are permanent participants in the Arctic Council, and they bring to the table indigenous knowledge, and this knowledge is being used to frame different protection programs. For instance, 83% of all wetlands in the Arctic are populated by indigenous peoples, and indigenous peoples have been living on these lands for centuries. They know how to live in harmony with nature, they know how not to harm these territories while living there, and they can actually provide their knowledge, provide their understanding of the nature and of these interrelated issues for the humanity at large. And this knowledge can be used also in the framework of global biodiversity governance regimes. And actually at Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Program, this has already been highlighted. And for the first time, indigenous knowledge has been mentioned over around 10 times, I think, in the global biodiversity program, which was adopted in Montreal last year. So there has already been some progress, but for real, while the Arctic is currently experiencing probably not the best time in terms of protection and protection of marine biodiversity, the Arctic experience can be used at this global biodiversity fora or climate fora, also here at COP, in order to improve the global governance regime and in order to somehow contribute to protection of biodiversity and to tackling the issues and consequences of climate change.
Thank you so much, Arseny. And I really like the idea that not only indigenous people are strongly connected with environmental issues, but every single person. And right now, let's return back to we have spoken about the governments and the policy makers. And right now, let's return to the question of just conservation of nature and the question of environmental worldview. So I'd like to ask Alexandra Rybych. Alexandra, can we talk about the trends that young people follow and consider them as drivers of the environmental agenda?
Спасибо большое. Для меня большая честь
Thank you so much. It's a big honor for me to be part of such an important dialogue. As we love to say, the young generation today is being the driver of environmental initiatives, and our today's discussion is a good confirmation of this point. As far as biodiversity is concerned, as far as our dialogue is concerned, it would be important for me to share my vision, to talk about the activities that our participants are implementing at the All Russian movement for preserving the ecosystem and biodiversity. We have biodiversity enshrined in our global policy, all Russian policy, all Russian environmental protection project. 13,000 species of animals will be restored as part of this project. Our Arctic region is home to a unique ecosystem. On the one hand, we see that in the Arctic, we see a concentration of the interests of large businesses. And on the other hand, we see that smaller peoples that preserve their traditions, that preserve their natural resource ecosystems. It's crucial that today, as we perform our industrial business activities in the Northern Territories, that we pay lots of attention to the vulnerable ecosystem, fragile ecosystem that is present in the north, not only of Russia, but also of each other northern country. We have a large concentration of natural resources, deposits of commodities. We have natural parks, and here we need to secure the cooperation between the state and and society. So next generations are also aware of the unique natural ecosystems that are present in those areas. I would like to see them. We would like them to see it firsthand. We need not only to popularize, to spread the word about biodiversity, about the unique natural ecosystems, but also incentivize everyone to become part of the global agenda, so that future generations can also enjoy the natural riches that exist, that we have, really. And as we prepared for today's presentation, I just would like to highlight several points that can contribute to the preservation of ecosystems. We need to develop ecotourism, create special natural parks, and that's how we can conserve our nature and species of animals and plants. I think not enough is being done in this respect. Of course, we need to educate our population through different programs. We have some research in Russia that shows that every 10th person in our country is involved in professional activities and volunteers projects, educational projects aimed at preserving nature. But a large proportion of people do not know how to make a first step, how to get involved in that. So the environmental culture becomes a very crucial point in moving from words to actions in environmental agenda. We need to stimulate and use technologies that reduce the emission of pollutants and reduce the impacts on our environment, on the nature. So I would like to support the guys who enter the scientific career, and one of our speakers has mentioned agriculture that uses sustainable methods of agriculture. That's important in our context. Our all Russian movement towards the preservation of ecosystems is it comprises 72 regions of Russia, several thousand people. It's a large number of people who were created this year by decree of our president. We have a number of initiatives that have been implemented that are crucial in the implementation of our agenda in preserving the resources in the context of our today's dialogue. And we need to put emphasis on the secondary use of materials, or on recycling, some enlightenment and some educational programs. Our movement encompasses 15 northern provinces of Russia, and we have seen lots of campaigns being implemented in the north of Russia are dedicated to preserving the biodiversity, to preserving our natural parks and protected areas, and the young people who are implementing those initiatives. We have mostly young people in our organization. They're showing on their own example how a new culture of environmental awareness can be fostered, and we would like to continue that trend in the international arena. We need to continue the dialogue that is related to the environmental agenda. We need to exchange the projects that each of us can develop in our country, because environment cannot be resolved locally. It's our common cause to cater to give responses to the challenges that we are all facing.
Participants, both speakers and listeners, not to interrupt the discussion after our session, but to continue to work together for finding the solutions of our problems. And that's all for today. And thank you again for participation, and have a good evening.